Welcome to Sleepy Dictionary 13. Let's go through the words. Chrysaurin, an orange-colored dyestuff of artificial production. Incurvity, a state of being bent or curved. Incurvation, bending inwards. Retrograde, to go in a retrograde direction, to move, or appear to move, backward, as a planet. Suspensory, that which suspends, or holds up, as a truss. Divinization, a making divine. Betaught, delivered, committed in trust. Masted, imperfect and past participle of mast, a pole, or long, strong, round piece of timber, or spar, set upright in a boat or vessel, to sustain the sails, yards, rigging, etc. A mast may also consist of several pieces of timber united by iron bands, or of a hollow pillar of iron or steel. Reestablishment, the act reestablishing, the state of being reestablished. Adulteress, a woman who commits adultery. Forestall, to take beforehand, or in advance, to anticipate. Tread, to beat or press with the feet, as, to tread a path, to tread land when to lie, a well-trodden path. Android, a machine or automaton in the form of a human being. Thrill, to pierce, as something sharp, to penetrate, especially, to cause a tingling sensation that runs through the system with a slight shivering, as a sharp sound thrills through the whole frame. And form, to fashion. Anchor, to stop, to fix or rest. Bellow, to make a hollow, loud noise, as an enraged bull. Vehicled, conveyed in a vehicle, furnished with a vehicle. Regimentals, the uniform worn by the officers and soldiers of a regiment, military dress, formerly used in the singular in the same sense. Catchable, capable of being caught. Germinative, pertaining to germination, having power to bud or develop. Egg, a kind of posset made of eggs, brandy, sugar, and ale. Predestinator, one who predestinates, or foreordains. Outbounds, the farthest or exterior bounds, extreme limits, boundaries. Whitehead, the blue-winged snow goose. Unknown, not known, not apprehended.
Juxtapose.
To place in juxtaposition.
Straddle.
To stand with the end staggered, set of the spokes of a wagon wheel where they join the hub.
Towards.
Near, about, approaching to.
Ably.
In an able manner, with great ability, as, ably done, bland, said.
Conventional.
Growing out of, or depending on, custom or tacit agreement, sanctioned by general concurrence or usage, formal.
Lycotropous.
Campylotropous.
Cheek.
The side of the face below the eye.
Mise.
A tax or tallage, in Wales, an honorary gift of the people to a new king or prince of Wales. Also, a tribute paid, in the country palatine of Chester, England, at the change of the owner of the earldom.
Tobogganing.
Present participle and verbal noun of toboggan, a kind of sledge made of pliable board, turned up at one or both ends, used for coasting down hills or prepared inclined planes. Also, a sleigh or sledge, to be drawn by dogs, or by hand, over soft and deep snow.
Kingfish.
Leopard.
Probable.
Rendering probable, supporting, or giving ground for, belief, but not demonstrating, as, probable evidence, probable presumption.
Scabrous.
Rough to the touch, like a file, having small raised dots, scales, or points, scabby, scurfy, scully.
Beneficial.
Acting by poison, used in poisoning or in sorcery.
Gulfed.
In size nearly to the midrib, as a clef leaf.
Innate.
Inborn, native, natural, as innate vigor, innate eloquence.
Sanskrit.
The ancient language of the Hindus, long since obsolete in vernacular use, but preserved to the present day as the literary and sacred dialect of India, it is nearly allied to the Persian, and to the principal languages of Europe, classical and modern, and by its more perfect preservation of the roots and forms of the primitive language from which they are all descended, is a most important assistance in determining their history and relations. Compare Prakrit and Veda.
Mortifying.
Subduing the appetites, desires, etc., as mortifying penances.
Hungered.
Pinched with hunger, very hungry.
Shy.
To throw sidewise with a jerk, to fling, as, to shy a stone, to shy a slipper.
Casing.
An enclosing frame, especially the framework around a door or a window, one of the forms, or the inflections or changes of form, of a noun, pronoun, or adjective, which indicate its relation to other words, and in the aggregate constitute its declension, the relation which a noun or pronoun sustains to some other word.
unimpeachable,
Not impeachable, not to be called in question, exempt from liability to accusation, free from stain, guilt, or fault, irreproachable, blameless, as an unimpeachable reputation, unimpeachable testimony.
budge,
Austere or stiff, like scholastics.
decay,
To pass gradually from a sound, prosperous, or perfect state to one of imperfection, adversity, or dissolution, to waste away, to decline, to fail, to become weak, corrupt, or disintegrated, to rot, to perish, as a tree decays, fortunes decay, hopes decay.
Chrysaris,
Having broad horns.
quadrinomial,
A polynomial of four terms connected by the signs plus or minus.
Betaught,
A kind of food made by boiling vegetables or meat, or both together, in water, until soft, a thick soup or porridge.
ledgy,
Abounding in ledges, consisting of a ledge or reef, as a ledgy island.
irremittable,
Not capable of being remitted, irremissible.
crampy,
Productive of, or abounding in, cramps.
smith,
One who forges with a hammer, one who works in metals, as a blacksmith, goldsmith, silversmith, and the like.
pattern,
Something made after a model, a copy.
embolus,
A plug of some substance lodged in a blood vessel, being brought thither by the blood current. It consists most frequently of a clot of fibrin, a detached shred of a morbid growth, a globule of fat, or a microscopic organism.
champion,
To furnish with a champion, to tend or defend as champion, to support or maintain, to protect.
reposed,
Imperfect and past participle of repose, that harmony or moderation which affords rest for the eye, opposed to the scattering and division of a subject into too many unconnected parts, and also to anything which is overstrained, as a painting may want repose.
artsman,
A man skilled in an art or in arts.
quadrating,
Present participle and verbal noun of quadrate, an aspect of the heavenly bodies in which they are distant from each other 90 degrees, or the quarter of a circle. Quartile. See the note under aspect 6.
coctive,
Acting in concurrence, united in action.
fatten,
To make fat, to feed for slaughter. To make fleshy or plump with fat, to fill, to fat.
Suite.
A connected series or succession of objects, a number of things used or clustered together, a set, as, a suite of rooms, a suite of minerals, the attempt to gain an end by legal process, an action or process for the recovery of a right or claim, legal application to court for justice, prosecution of right before any tribunal as a civil suit, a criminal suit, a suit in chancery.
Figurine.
A very small figure, whether human or of an animal, especially one in terracotta or the like, distinguished from statuette, which is applied to small figures in bronze, marble, etc.
Answer.
A counter-statement of facts in a course of pleadings, a confutation of what the other party has alleged, a responsive declaration by a witness in reply to a question. In equity, it is the usual form of defense to the complainant's charges in his bill.
Weedery.
Weeds, collectively, also, a place full of weeds or for growing weeds.
Daffodil.
A plant of the genus Asphodelus.
Parochially.
In a parochial manner, by the parish or by parishes.
Winding.
Present participle and verbal noun of wind, to turn completely, or with repeated turns, especially, to turn about something fixed, to cause to form convolutions about anything, to coil, to twine, to twist, to thread, as, to wind thread on a spool or into a ball.
Upstreet.
Toward the higher part of a street, as, to walk up street.
Commuting.
Present participle and verbal noun of commute, to reduce to minute particles, or to fine powder, to pulverize, to triturate, to grind, as, to commute chalk or bones, to commute food with the teeth.
Saw.
An instrument for cutting or dividing substances, as wood, iron, etc., consisting of a thin blade, or plate, of steel, with a series of sharp teeth on the edge, which remove successive portions of the material by cutting and tearing.
By corner.
A private corner.
Sortable.
Capable of being sorted.
Methodology.
The science of method or arrangement. A treatise on method.
Hell.
The place of the dead, or of souls after death. The grave, called in Hebrew Sheol, and by the Greeks Hades.
Hle.
An owl, an owl, an owlet.
Infantry.
A body of children.
Outwind.
To extricate by winding, to loose.
Harrier.
One of several species of hawks or buzzards of the genus Circus which fly low and harry small animals or birds, as the European marsh harrier Circus aeruginosus. and the hen harrier centigrade cyanus.
serve,
To contribute or conduce to promote, to be sufficient for, to satisfy, as, to serve one's turn.
yank,
To twitch, to jerk.
truss,
To skewer, to make fast, as the wings of a fowl to the body in cooking Italian.
conceive,
To have a conception, idea, or opinion, think, with of.
dye,
To put out.
viewer,
One who views or examines.
equivalent,
That comparative quantity by weight of an element which possesses the same chemical value as other elements, as determined by actual experiment and reference to the same standard, specifically, the comparative proportions by which one element replaces another in any particular compound. Thus, as zinc replaces hydrogen in hydrochloric acid, their equivalents are 32.5 and 1, the combining proportion by weight of a substance, or the number expressing this proportion, in any particular compound, as the equivalents of hydrogen and oxygen in water are respectively 1 and 8, and in hydric dioxide 1 and 16.
hoop,
To utter a loud cry, or a sound imitative of the word, by way of call or pursuit, to shout.
restate,
To state anew.
hummock,
Timbered land, a swinging couch or bed, usually made of netting or canvas about 6 feet wide, suspended by clews or cords at the ends.
tune,
Order, harmony, concord, fit disposition, temper, or humor, right mood.
interjectional,
Pertaining to, or having the nature of, an interjection, consisting of natural and spontaneous exclamations.
agrostis,
A genus of grasses, including species called in common language bent grass. Some of them, as Betaught agrostis vulgaris, are valuable pasture grasses.
gibbet,
To hang and expose on a gibbet.
unbidden,
Not bidden, not commanded.
intertexture,
The act of interweaving, or the state of being interwoven, that which is interwoven.
mycology,
That branch of botanical science which relates to the mushrooms and other fungi.
angular,
Figuratively, lean, lank, robust, ungraceful, sharp and stiff in character, as, remarkably angular in his habits and appearance, an angular female.
chondro,
A combining form meaning grain, granular, granular cartilage, cartilaginous, as, the chondrocranium, the cartilaginous skull of the lower vertebrates and of embryos.
Benomed.
Imperfect and past participle of benum, to make torpid, to deprive of sensation or sensibility, to stupefy, as, hand or foot benum by cold.
Dote.
To be excessively or foolishly fond, to love to excess, to be weakly affectionate, with on or upon, as, the mother dotes on her child.
Replace.
To refund, to repay, to restore, as, to replace a sum of money borrowed.
Snap.
To break at once, to break short, as substances that are brittle.
Perceivance.
Power of perceiving.
Regicide.
One who kills or who murders a king, specifically Anghist, one of the judges who condemned Charles I to death.
Amen.
At full speed, in great haste, also, at once.
Adulterant.
Adulterating, as, adulterant agents and processes.
And vassal.
To make a vassal of.
Enclave.
Resembling a series of dovetails, set of a line of division, such as the border of an ordinary.
Dav.
Curved arms of timber or iron, projecting over a ship's side of stern, having tackle to raise or lower a boat, swing it in on deck, rig it out for lowering, etc., called also boat davits.
Muriate.
A salt of muriatic hydrochloric acid, a chloride, as muriate of ammonia.
Assault.
A violent onset or attack with mortal weapons, as words, arguments, appeals, and the like, as to make an assault on the prerogatives of a prince, or on the constitution of a government.
Legis.
Law, as lex talionis, the law of retaliation, lex ter, the law of the land, lex fori, the law of the foreign or court, lex loci, the law of the place, lex mercatoria, the law or custom of merchants.
Madripoor.
The hard pearly internal layer of several kinds of shells, especially of pearl oysters, river mussels, and the abalone shells, knocker, a shelly concretion, usually rounded, and having a brilliant luster, with varying tints, found in the mantle, or between the mantle and shell, of certain bivalve mollusks, especially in the pearl oysters and river mussels, and sometimes in certain univalves. It is usually due to a secretion of shelly substance around some irritating foreign particle. Its substance is the of great value or worth, very valuable, highly esteemed, dear, beloved, as precious recollections.
Simple.
Humble, lowly, undistinguished.
Hollands.
A kind of linen first manufactured in Holland, a linen fabric used for window shades, children's garments, etc., as brown or unbleached Hollands.
Herpetic,
Pertaining to or resembling the herpes, partaking of the nature of herpes, as herpetic eruptions.
Archimagus,
The high priest of the Persian Magi, or worshippers of fire.
Arctoidea,
A group of the carnivora that includes the bears, weasels, etc.
nakedness,
The condition of being naked.
Myriapoda,
A class or subclass of arthropods related to the hexapod insects, from which they differ in having the body made up of numerous similar segments, nearly all of which bear true jointed legs. They have one pair of antennae, three pairs of mouth organs, and numerous tracheae, similar to those of true insects. The larvae, when first hatched, often have but three pairs of legs, the same billet.
silent,
Not pronounced, having no sound, quiescent, as is silent in fable.
dot,
To cut off, as the end of a thing, to curtail, to cut short, to clip, as to dot the tail of a horse.
broke,
Imperfect of break, to fail in musical quality, as a singer's voice breaks when it is strained beyond its compass and a tone or note is not completed, but degenerates into an unmusical sound instead. Also, to change in tone, as a boy's voice at puberty.
prudence,
The quality or state of being prudent, wisdom in the way of caution and provision, discretion, carefulness, hence, also, economy, frugality.
duper,
One who dupes another.
tipau,
The rhinoceros bird.
pestilence,
Specifically, the disease known as the plague, hence, any contagious or infectious epidemic disease that is virulent and devastating.
narrowness,
The condition or quality of being narrow.
lance,
A soldier armed with a lance, a lancer.
percolator,
One who, or that which, filters.
lighted,
Imperfect and past participle of light, the manner in which the light strikes upon a picture, that part of a picture which represents those objects upon which the light is supposed to fall. The more illuminated part of a landscape or other scene, opposed to shade. Compare chiaroscuro.
nigra,
The chigo.
intensating,
Present participle and verbal noun of intensate, to intensify.
excrementitious,
Pertaining to, or consisting of, excrement, of the nature of excrement.
tetraspilus,
Having four sepals.
male-spirited,
having the spirit of a male, vigorous, courageous.
urology,
That part of medicine which treats of urine.
photochromic,
Of or pertaining to photochromy, produced by photochromy.
orthoclastic,
Breaking in directions at right angles to each other, said of the monoclinic feldspars.
dentally,
In a dentate or toothed manner, as dentately ciliated, etc.
incommensurability,
The quality or state of being incommensurable.
Augean,
Of or pertaining to Augeas, king of Elis, whose stable contained 3,000 oxen, and had not been cleaned for 30 years. Hercules cleansed it in a single day.
juggling,
Jugglery, underhand practice.
obtruded,
Imperfect and past participle of obtrude, to thrust impertinently, to present without warrant or solicitation, as to obtrude oneself upon a company.
tether,
To confine, as an animal, with a long rope or chain, as for feeding within certain limits.
misdoing,
A wrong done, a fault or crime, an offense, as, it was my misdoing.
cross trees,
Pieces of timber at the masthead, to which are attached the upper shrouds. At the head of lower masts in large vessels, they support a semicircular platform called the top.
stitidium,
A special pod-like or fusiform branch containing tetraspores. It is found in certain red algae.
unload,
To perform the act of unloading anything, as, let unload now.
solicity,
Strong propensity to venery, lust, lecherousness.
barren,
Unproductive, fruitless, unprofitable, empty.
if,
A voluntary transfer of real or personal property, without any consideration, it can be perfected only by deed, or in case of personal property, by an actual delivery of possession.
cognition,
Snarling, grumbling.
mesorhine,
Having the nose of medium width, between Leptarhine and Platyrhine.
amphitropous,
Having the ovule inverted, but with the attachment near the middle of one side, half anatropous.
valylene,
A volatile liquid hydrocarbon, C5H6, related to ethylene and acetylene, but possessing the property of unsaturation in the third degree. It is the only known member of a distinct series of compounds. It has a garlic odor.
polygenetic,
Having many distinct sources, originating at various places or times.
Cantered.
A district comprising 100 villages, as in Wales.
Harry.
An imaginary being, male or female, like an elf or fairy, represented as a descendant of fallen angels, excluded from paradise till penance is accomplished.
A flush.
In a flushed or blushing state.
Subscription.
The act of subscribing.
Morrow.
The next following day, the day subsequent to any day specified or understood.
Unfit.
Not fit, unsuitable.
Forecast.
Previous contrivance or determination, predetermination.
Incriminating.
Present participle and verbal noun of incriminate, to accuse, to charge with a crime or fault, to criminate.
Philanthropistic.
Pertaining to, or characteristic of, a philanthropist.
Possessive.
Of or pertaining to possession, having or indicating possession.
Ectropion.
An unnatural eversion of the eyelids.
True.
To cry, as a buck in rutting time.
Husband.
A married man, a man who has a wife, the correlative to wife.
Pane.
The narrow edge of a hammerhead, a round edged, or hemispherical, end to the head of a hammer or sledge, used to stretch or bend metal by indentation.
Gnar.
A knot or gnarl in wood, hence, a tough, thick-set man, written also gnar.
Thatch.
A small flat loaf or thick cake, also, a fig.
Cantrap.
A charm, an incantation, a shell, a trick, adroit mischief.
Extinction.
The act of extinguishing or making extinct, of putting an end to, the act of putting out or destroying light, fire, life, activity, influence, etc.
Orthocarbonic.
Designating a complex ether, centigrade up to H54, which is obtained as a liquid of a pleasant ethereal odor by means of chlorpecrin, and is believed to be a derivative of the hypothetical normal carbonic acid, centigrade 04.
Emplaster.
An external application of a consistency harder than ointment, prepared for use by spreading it on linen, leather, silk, or other material. It is adhesive at the ordinary temperature of the body, and is used, according to its composition, to produce a medicinal effect, to bind parts together, etc., as a porous plaster. Sticking plaster.
Barbecue.
A hog, ox, or other large animal roasted or broiled whole for a feast.
Velvet.
The velfare.
funeral,
a funeral sermon, usually in the plural.
hef,
The greater part or bulk of anything, as the heft of the crop was spoiled.
inhaling,
Present participle and verbal noun of inhale. To breathe or draw into the lungs. To inspire, as to inhale air, opposed to exhale.
and right,
To cause something right, to become wrong.
tibialia,
The bone or cartilage of the tarsus which articulates with the tibia and corresponds to a part of the astragalus in men and most mammals.
struggling,
Present participle and verbal noun of struggle. To use great efforts, to labor hard, to strive, to contend forcibly, as to struggle to save one's life, to struggle with the waves, to struggle with adversity.
dozer,
One who dozes or drouses.
propagulum,
A runner terminated by a germinating bud.
be punctual,
Having 2 points.
abrogable,
Capable of being abrogated.
puddle,
A small quantity of dirty standing water. A muddy plush. A small pool.
three,
To call. To name.
propedeutics,
The preliminary learning connected with any art or science. Preparatory instruction.
trepanned,
Imperfect and past participle of trepan. To perforate the skull with a trepan, so as to remove a portion of the bone, and thus relieve the brain from pressure or irritation. To perform an operation with the trepan.
arcade,
A long, arch building or gallery.
acceptor,
One who accepts an order or a bill of exchange, a drawee after he has accepted.
excer,
Standing out, projecting beyond some other part, as exert stamens.
phagocyte,
A leukocyte which plays a part in retrogressive processes by taking up heating, in the form of fine granules, the parts to be removed.
traject,
To throw or cast through, over, or across, as to traject the sun's light through 3 or more cross prisms.
granular,
Consisting of, or resembling, grains, as a granular substance.
swearer,
One who swears, one who calls God to witness for the truth of his declaration.
ileone,
An oily liquid, obtained by distillation of calcium aleate, and probably consisting of the ketone of oleic acid.
mate,
To bring about, to bring forward, to be the cause or agent of, to effect, do, perform, or execute, often used with a noun to form a phrase equivalent to the simple verb that corresponds to such noun, as to make complaint, for to complain, to make record of, for to record, to make abode, for to abide, etc.
Overmost.
Excessively moist.
Derivative.
A thing derived, a derivative.
Opposable.
Capable of being placed opposite something else, as the thumb is opposable to the forefinger.
Carboxide.
A compound of carbon and oxygen, as carbonyl, with some element or radical, as potassium carboxide.
Exenthematic.
Of, relating to, or characterized by, exanthema, efflorescent, as, an exanthematous eruption.
Midden crow.
The common European crow.
Fallow.
A cudgel.
Sutra.
A collection of such aphorisms.
Shroff.
Rubbish, specifically, dross or refuse of metals, obsolete, light, dry wood, or stuff used for fuel.
Pickard.
Imperfect and past participle of picere, to make arrayed for booty, to maraud, also, to skirmish in advance of an army, one who plunders, especially, a plunderer of wrecks, a pirate, a corsair, a marauder, a sharper.
Tosser.
Overview tosser.
Ictus.
A stroke or blow, as in a sunstroke, the sting of an insect, pulsation of an artery, etc.
Clarnoid.
Resembling the beak of a crow, as the clarnoid process of the jaw, or of the ulna.
Herd.
A crowd of low people, a rabble.
Crypt.
A vault wholly or partly underground, especially a vault under a church, whether used for burial purposes or for a subterranean chapel or oratory.
Sense.
That which is felt or is held as a sentiment, view, or opinion, judgment, notion, opinion.
Glister.
To be bright, to sparkle, to be brilliant, to shine, to glisten, to glitter.
Divided.
Imperfect and past participle of divide, to vote, as in the British Parliament, by the members separating themselves into two parties as on opposite sides of the hall or in opposite lobbies, that is, the eyes dividing from the nose.
Possibly.
In a hazy manner, mistily, obscurely, confusedly.
Equality.
Tailless.
Tippet.
Worked or figured stuff, tapestry.
Electromancy.
Divination by means of a cock and grains of corn placed on the letters of the alphabet, the letters being put together in the order in which the grains were eaten.
Cradle.
A framework of timbers, or iron bars, moving upon ways or rollers, used to support, lift, or carry ships or other vessels, heavy guns, etc., as up an inclined plane, or across a strip of land, or in launching a ship.
Pound set box.
A box with a perforated lid, for sprinkling pounds, or for holding perfumes.
Hook.
A piece of metal, or other hard material, formed or bent into a curve or at an angle, for catching, holding, or sustaining anything, as a hook for catching fish, a hook for fastening a gate, a boat hook, etc.
Chaffering.
Present participle and verbal noun of chaffer. To treat or dispute about a purchase, to bargain, to haggle or higgle, to negotiate.
Piscine.
A hydrocarbon C/H/ extracted from the pitchy residue of coal tar and petroleum as a bluish fluorescent crystalline substance.
Bell's letters.
Polite or elegant literature, the humanities, used somewhat vaguely for literary works in which imagination and taste are predominant.
Littoral.
Inhabiting the seashore, especially the zone between high water and low water mark.
Postphnode.
Of or pertaining to the posterior part of the sphenoid bone.
Field.
Any blank space or ground on which figures are drawn or projected.
Resurrectionize.
To raise from the dead.
Sea swallow.
The common tern.
Orchestra.
A band composed, for the largest part, of players of the various viol instruments, many of each kind, together with a proper complement of wind instruments of wood and brass, as distinguished from a military or street band of players on wind instruments, and from an assemblage of solo players for the rendering of concerted pieces, such as septets, octets, and the like.
Cassidony.
The French lavender Lavandula stochus.
Arianize.
To make are in a language, or in language.
Coordinating.
Present participle and verbal noun of coordinate lines, or other elements of reference, by means of which the position of any point, as of a curve, is defined with respect to certain fixed lines, or planes, called coordinate axes and coordinate planes, one of the elements of reference by which a point, as of a curve, is referred to a system of fixed rectilineal coordinate axes.
LC.
One of a sect of Asiatic Gnostics of the time of the Emperor Trajan.
Haymaker.
A machine for curing hay in rainy weather.
arrived,
Imperfect of rive, to rend asunder by force, to split, to cleave, as, to rive timber for rails or shingles.
sentency,
The quality or state of being sentient, especially, the quality or state of having sensation.
hoarsened,
Imperfect and past participle of hoarsen, to make hoarse.
dysestemer,
One who dysestemes.
catalyze,
A process by which reaction occurs in the presence of certain agents which were formerly believed to exert an influence by mere contact. It is now believed that such reactions are attended with the formation of an intermediate compound or compounds, so that by alternate composition and decomposition the agent is apparently left unchanged, as the catalysis of making ether from alcohol by means of sulfuric acid, or catalysis in the action of soluble ferments as diastase, or ptyalin, on starch.
brazen proud,
Shamelessly impudent.
leeward,
The lee side, the lee.
turpentine,
A semifluid or fluidally orescent, primarily the exudation of the terebinth, or turpentine, Tripitacea terebinthus, a native of the Mediterranean region. It is also obtained from many coniferous trees, especially species of pine, larch, and fir.
chuckle,
To fondle, to cocker.
commail,
A hood of other material than mail.
bats,
A small copper coin, with a mixture of silver, formerly current in some parts of Germany and Switzerland. It was worth about 4 cents.
oscium,
An opening, a passage.
trim,
To dress, as timber, to make smooth.
embrothel,
To enclose in a brothel.
cometology,
The department of astronomy relating to comets.
paspi,
A kind of minuet in triple time, of French origin, popular in the reign of Queen Elizabeth and for some time after, called also passing measure and passy measure.
linguadental,
Formed or uttered by the joint use of the tongue and teeth, or rather that part of the gum just above the front teeth, dentolingual, as the letters D and D.
pl-
To contrive a plan or stratagem, to scheme.
correction,
An allowance made for inaccuracy in an instrument, as chronometer correction, compass correction.
badlands,
Barren regions, especially in the western United States, where horizontal strata tertiary deposits have been often eroded into fantastic forms, and much intersected by cairns, and where lack of wood, water, and forage increases the difficulty of traversing the country, whence the name, first given by the Canadian French, Mauves as terres Badlands.
Melchite.
One of a sect, chiefly in Syria and Egypt, which acknowledges the authority of the Pope, but adheres to the liturgy and ceremonies of the Eastern Church.
Frankfurt Black.
A black pigment used in copper plate printing, prepared by burning vine twigs, the lees of wine, etc.
Shrivel.
To draw, or be drawn, into wrinkles, to shrink, and form corrugations, as a leaf shrivels in the hot sun, the skin shrivels with age, often with up.
Philander.
A species of kangaroo Macropus bruni, inhabiting New Guinea.
Constellate.
To join luster, to shine with united radiance, or one general light.
Conceited.
Curiously contrived or designed, fanciful.
Excitement.
A state of aroused or increased vital activity in an organism, or any of its organs or tissues.
Acerus.
Having the nature of chaff, chaffy.
Belgian.
Of or pertaining to Belgium.
Actinometry.
The measurement of the force of solar radiation.
Avocati.
A germinal vesicle.
Onomatopoeia.
Of or pertaining to onomatopoeia, characterized by onomatopoeia, imitative, as an onomatopoetic writer or word.
Festlich.
Festive, fond of festive occasions.
Bear.
Any species of the genus Ursus, and of the closely allied genera, bears are plantigrade carnivora, but they live largely on fruit and insects.
Ticketing.
Present participle and verbal noun of ticket, a certificate or token of right of admission to place of assembly, or of passage in a public conveyance, as a theater ticket, a railroad or steamboat ticket.
Exocardial.
Situated or arising outside of the heat, as exocardial murmurs, opposed to endocardiac.
Morgan.
A beast that has died of disease or by mischance.
Velpic.
Pertaining to, derived from, or designating, an acid obtained from the lichen Cetraria vulpina, as a yellow or red crystalline substance which on decomposition yields pelvinic acid.
Hinging.
Present participle and verbal noun of hinge, to stand, depend, hang, or turn, as on a hinge, to depend chiefly for a result or decision or for force and validity, usually with on or upon, as, the argument hinges on this point.
Sustentacular.
Supporting, sustaining, as, a sustentacular tissue.
dingle,
a narrow dale, a small dell, a small, secluded, and embowered valley,
townlet,
a small town,
story writer,
an historian, a chronicler,
collisive,
colliding, clashing,
narwhal,
formed as a vowel, by a close position of some part of the tongue in relation to the palate, or according to Bell, by a tense condition of the pharynx, distinguished from wide, as eve, and slash f slash d, etc., from ile, and slash f slash t, etc. The leather strap by which the shield of night was slung across the shoulder, or across the neck and shoulder, to pronunciation, slash 13.
expelled,
Imperfect and past participle of expel, to drive or force out from that within which anything is contained, enclosed, or situated, to eject, as to expel air from a bellows.
phenopla,
A small crested passerine bird Phainoplanitans, native of Mexico and the southern United States. The adult male is of a uniform glossy blood black. The female is brownish, called also black flycatcher.
dye,
To die.
towpath,
A path traveled by men or animals in towing boats, called also towing path.
Latin,
A little lad.
octography,
The production of an octogram on the retina by the photochemical action of light on the visual purple. The fixation of an image in the eye. The object so photographed shows white on a purple or red background, of or pertaining to sight, used in sight, serving as the instrument of seeing, as the visual nerve, purple, under visual.
metage,
Charge for, or price of, measuring.
alchemy,
An alloy imitating gold or silver.
hectorly,
Resembling a hector. Blustering, insolent, taunting.
petrifactive,
Having the quality of converting organic matter into stone. Petrifying.
rebels,
To pull back with force.
joinery,
The art, or trade, of a joiner. The work of a joiner.
pheasantry,
A place for keeping and rearing pheasants.
sluice,
An artificial passage for water, fitted with a valve or gate, as in a mill stream, for stopping or regulating the flow. Also, a water gate or floodgate.
Pliocene,
Of, pertaining to, or characterizing, the most recent division of the tertiary age.
vibrate,
To vibrate as a balance does before resting in equilibrium, hence, to be poised.
chew,
that which is chewed, that which is held in the mouth at once, a cud.
Abandon.
To cast or drive out, to banish, to expel, to reject.
Ring.
An elastic band partly or wholly encircling the spore cases of ferns of Sparanium.
Ameliorator.
One who ameliorates.
Pasito.
The earliest Syriac version of the Old Testament, translated from Hebrew, also, the incomplete Syriac version of the New Testament.
Train.
Hence, something tied to a lure to entice a hawk, also, a trap for an animal, a snare.
Entail.
An estate in fee entailed, or limited in descent to a particular class of issue.
Close.
Out of the way observation, secluded, secret, hidden.
Gladness.
State or quality of being glad, pleasure, joyful satisfaction, cheerfulness.
Dicide.
The act of killing a being of a divine nature, particularly the putting to death of Jesus Christ.
Withering.
Tending to wither, causing to shrink or fade.
Throw.
A cast of dice, the manner in which dice fall when cast, as a good throw.
Fluke.
A parasitic trematode worm of several species, having a flat, lanceolate body and two suckers, two species Fasciola hepatica and Stoma lanceolatum, are found in the livers of sheep, and produce the disease called rot.
Visage.
The face, countenance, or look of a person or an animal, chiefly applied to the human face.
Florid.
Covered with flowers, abounding in flowers, flowery.
Presumed.
Imperfect and past participle of presume, to venture, go, or act, by an assumption of leave or authority not granted, to go beyond what is warranted by the circumstances of the case, to venture beyond license, to take liberties, often with on or upon before the ground of confidence.
Oxbeater.
The cow blackbird.
Huswife.
A female housekeeper, a woman who manages domestic affairs, a thrifty woman.
Palpable.
Easily perceptible, plain, distinct, obvious, readily perceived and detected, gross, as, palpable imposture, palpable absurdity, palpable errors.
Transcendentness.
The quality or state of being transcendent, superior excellence, supermanence.
Administer.
To contribute, to bring aid or supplies, to conduce, to minister.
Winey.
Having the taste or qualities of wine, Venus, as, grapes of a winey taste.
Nature.
The personified sum and order of causes and effects, the powers which produce existing phenomena, whether in the total or in detail. The agencies which carry on the processes of creation or of being, often conceived of as a single and separate entity, embodying the total of all finite agencies and forces as disconnected from a creating or ordering intelligence.
Overlash.
To drive on rashly, to go to excess, hence, to exaggerate, to boast.
Sea gherkin.
Any small holothurian resembling in form a gherkin.
Colophony.
Rosin.
Upper.
Being further up, literally or figuratively, higher in place, position, rank, dignity, or the like, superior, as, the upper lip, the upper side of a thing, the upper house of a legislature.
Distributive.
Expressing separation, denoting taking singly, not collectively, as a distributive adjective or pronoun, such as each, either, every, a distributive numeral, as Latin, bini 2 by 2.
Quadriphilus.
Having four leaves, quadrifoliate.
Blowing.
Present participle and verbal noun of blow. The act of forcing air from the mouth, or through or from some instrument, as, to give a hard blow on a whistle or horn, to give the fire a blow with the bellows.
Buddhist.
Of or pertaining to Buddha, Buddhism, or the Buddhists.
Magnetical.
Capable of becoming a magnet, susceptible to magnetism, as, the magnetic metals.
Illogical.
Ambiguous, of double meaning.
Brushwood.
Brush, a thicket or coppice of small trees and shrubs.
Hoodwink.
To cover, to hide.
Ferento.
Into that or this, or into that place.
Pedestrianizing.
Present participle and verbal noun of pedestrianize, to practice walking, to travel on foot.
Decision.
The quality of being decided, prompt and fixed determination, unwavering firmness, as, to manifest great decision.
Bleak.
Complexion, color, hue, likeness, form.
Littleness.
The state or quality of being little, as, littleness of size, thought, duration, power, etc.
Grudge.
To look upon with desire, to possess or to appropriate, to envy one, the possession of, to begrudge, to covet, to give with reluctance, to desire to get back again, followed by the direct object only, or by both the direct and indirect objects.
Eschar.
In Ireland, one of the continuous mounds or ridges of gravelly and sandy drift which extend for many miles over the surface of the country. Similar ridges in Scotland are called cames or cams.
Fashioned.
One of the variables of a quantic as distinguished from a coefficient.
Chlorine.
An alkaloid got from the bark of the beberu, or green heart of Dionectandra rhodioei. It is a tonic, antiperiodic, and febrifuge, and is used in medicine as a substitute for quinine.
Wapatu.
The edible tuber of a species of arrowhead Sagittaria variabilis, so called by the Indians of Oregon.
Auckland.
Charter land held by deed under certain rents and free services, which differed in nothing from free soakage lands. This species of tenure has given rise to the modern freeholds.
Wage.
That which is staked or ventured, that for which one incurs risk or danger. Prize, gauge.
Akatl.
Topped up, having one yard arm higher than the other.
Rhinoplastic.
Of or pertaining to rhinoplasty, as a rhinoplastic operation.
Pigment.
Wine flavored with species and honey.
Lovely.
In a manner to please, or to excite love.
Womanhead.
The state of being a woman, the distinguishing character or qualities of a woman, or of womankind.
Coadjuvant.
Of cooperate.
Adum.
To judge.
Upbraid.
To reprove severely, to rebuke, to chide.
Gorglet.
A small garget, as of a hummingbird.
Trigomy.
The act of marrying, or the state of being married, 3 times. Also, the offense of having 3 husbands or 3 wives at the same time.
Dirt.
To make foul of filthy, to dirty.
Tahitian.
Of or pertaining to Tahiti, an island in the Pacific Ocean.
Countermurring.
Present participle and verbal noun of countermur, a wall raised behind another, to supply its place when breached or destroyed, or compare, contramur.
Brick.
A name in the East Indies and the Indian Islands for all ardent spirits. Brick is often distilled from a fermented mixture of rice, molasses, and palm wine of the coconut tree or the date palm, etc.
Inauspicious.
Inauspicious.
Screw.
To use violent means in making exactions, to be oppressive or exacting.
Arrestment.
the arrest of a person, or the seizure of his effects, especially a process by which money or movables in the possession of a third party are attached.
Bornless.
Without a born or less.
Sentia.
A Hindu system of philosophy which refers all things to soul and a rootless germ called Prakriti, consisting of three elements, goodness, passion, and darkness.
Tinkle.
To cause to clink, or make small, sharp, quick sounds.
Clattering.
Present participle and verbal noun of clatter, a rattling noise, especially that made by the collision of hard bodies. Also, any loud, abrupt sound, a repetition of abrupt sounds.
Numberful.
Consisting of a great number of units or individual objects, being many, as a numerous army.
Entrochi.
A fossil joint of a crinoid stem.
Wisp.
Imperfect and past participle of wisp, a small bundle, as of straw or other like substance.
Fissure.
To cleave, to divide, to crack or fracture.
Hypnotize.
To induce hypnotism in, to place in a state of hypnotism.
Forward.
Advanced beyond the usual degree, advanced for season, as the grass is forward, or forward for the season, we have a forward spring.
Pavilion.
A flag, colors, ensign, or banner.
Cinematics.
The science which treats of motions considered in themselves, or apart from their causes, the comparison and relation of motions.
Scum.
To form a scum, to become covered with scum, also used figuratively.
Waterbrain.
A disease of sheep, id.
Dissuasive.
Tending to dissuade or divert from a measure or purpose, dehortatory, as dissuasive advice.
Tick.
To check off by means of a tick or any small mark, to score.
Perjure.
Imperfect and past participle of perjure. To cause to violate an oath or a vow. To cause to make oath knowingly to what is untrue. To make guilty of perjury. To forswear. To corrupt. Often used reflexively, as he perjured himself.
Metarrhagia.
Profuse bleeding from the womb, especially such as does not occur at the menstrual period.
Space.
The distance or interval between words or letters in the lines, or between lines, as in books.
Comprehend.
To take in or include by construction or implication, to comprise, to imply.
Lying in.
The act of bearing a child.
A master.
a prostitute, a strump,
Hungary.
a country in Central Europe, now part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire.
Topful.
Full to the top, or brimful.
Margarita.
Anhydrous potash might be related to muscovite.
Enfif.
Imperfect and past participle of infloff, to give a feud, or right inland, to invest with a fief or fee, to invest anyone, with a freehold estate by the process of feoffment.
Unprincipled.
Being without principles, especially, being without right moral principles, also, characterized by absence of principle.
Furl.
To draw up or gather into close compass, to wrap or rule, as a sail, close to the yard, stay, or mast, or, as a flag, close to or around its staff, securing it there by a gasket or line, tauten.
Zoologer.
A zoologist,
Nominal.
existing in name only, not real, as a nominal difference.
Postnate.
Subsequent,
Rumorous.
murmuring,
Service.
the act of serving the ball.
Costa.
One of the rib-like longitudinal ridges on the exterior of many corals.
Wet.
That which whips or sharpens, especially, an appetizer.
Hammocking.
The process of forming hummocks in the collision of Arctic ice.
Ceratovial.
A ceratovial bone, or cartilage, which, in man, forms one of the small horns of the hyoid.
Insinuation.
The act of gaining favor, affection, or influence, by gentle or artful means, formerly used in a good sense, as of friendly influence or interposition.
Almandine.
The common red variety of garlic.
Varicoid.
Of or pertaining to the Baricid, a family of marine fishes.
Ramos.
Full of rhymes, fissures, or chinks.
Langed.
Tongue, having the tongue visible.
Palaeologist.
One versed in palaeology.
Hereinbefore.
In the preceding part of this writing, document, book, etc.
Boarded.
Imperfect and past participle of board, a table at which a council or court is held, hence, a council, convened for business, or any authorized assembly or meeting, public or private, a number of persons appointed or elected to sit in council for the management or direction of some public or private business or trust, as, the Board of Admiralty, the Board of Trade, the Board of Directors, Trustees, Commissioners, etc.
Flounder.
Imperfect and past participle of flounder, to fling the limbs and body, as in making efforts to move, to struggle, as a horse in the mire, or as a fish on land, to roll, toss, and tumble, to flounce.
Macaroni.
A finical person, a fop, applied especially to English fops of about 1775.
Falcation.
The state of being falcate, a bend in the form of a sickle.
Lilt.
To utter with spirit, animation, or giddy, to sing with spirit and liveliness.
Porphyritic.
Relating to, or resembling, porphyry, that is, characterized by the presence of distinct crystals, as of feldspar, quartz, or augite, in a relatively fine-grained base, often aphanitic or cryptic crystalline.
Electric.
Pertaining to the electricity, consisting of, containing, derived from, or produced by, electricity, as, electric power or virtue, and electric jar, electric effects, and electric spark.
Stay.
To wait, to attend, to forbear to act.
Dipping.
The act of inclining downward.
Nervy motion.
The movement caused in the sensory organs by external agents and transmitted to the muscles by the nerves.
Cone and cone.
Consisting of a series of parallel cones, each made up of many concentric cones closely packed together, said of the kind of structure sometimes observed in sedimentary rocks.
Cund.
To con a ship.
Non-contagious.
Not contagious, not catching, not communicable by contact.
Orthodoxal.
Pertaining to, or evincing, orthodoxy, orthodox.
Chronicle.
Continuing for a long time, lingering, habitual.
Scroll.
A mean fellow, a wretch.
Ramp.
To move by leaps, or as by leaps, hence, to move swiftly or with violence.
Scutelliform.
Formed like a plate or salver, composed of plate-like surfaces, as the scutellated bone of a sturgeon.
Supre.
To ravish, to debauch.
Scrape.
A disagreeable and embarrassing predicament out of which one cannot get without undergoing, as it were, a painful rubbing or scraping, a perplexity, a difficulty.
Prof.
To gain advantage, to make improvement, to improve, to gain, to advance.
Corn.
To feed with corn or in sctland, oats, as to corn horses.
dogmatician,
A dogmatist.
record,
To repeat, to recite, to sing or play.
haloxyline,
An explosive mixture consisting of sawdust, charcoal, niter, and ferrocyanide of potassium, used as a substitute for gunpowder.
stravite,
A crystalline mineral found in guano, it is a hydrous phosphate of magnesia and ammonia.
lobspound,
A prison.
ferritite,
The spur-winged goose, so called from the red circle around the eyes.
floweriness,
The state of being flowery.
kidding,
Present participle and verbal noun of kid, a small wooden mess tub, a name given by sailors to one in which they receive their food.
metonymical,
Used by way of metonymy.
recubation,
The act of leaning, resting, or reclining, the state of being recumbent.
prefer,
The exhibition or production of a record or paper in open court, or an allegation that it is in court.
emprise,
To undertake.
entrancing,
Present participle and verbal noun of entrance, the act of entering or going into, ingress, as the entrance of a person into a house or an apartment, hence, the act of taking possession, as of property, or of office, as the entrance of an heir upon his inheritance, or of a magistrate into office.
intermediator,
A mediator. To perform the operation of dividing, severing, incising, intersecting, etc. To use a cutting instrument.
sclerotitis,
Inflammation of the sclerotic coat.
sroskierate,
The office or authority of a sroskier.
rye,
Advanced to the state of fitness for use, mellow, as ripe cheese, ripe wine.
scrutiny,
An examination of catechumens in the last week of Lent who were to receive baptism on Easter Day.
sherd,
A fragment, now used only in composition, as in potsherd, a piece or fragment of an earthen vessel, or a like brittle substance, as the shell of an egg or snail.
aper,
Open, evident, undisguised.
impale,
To put to death by thrusting a sharpened stake through the body.
phosphonium,
The hypothetical radical pH4, analogous to ammonium, and regarded as the nucleus of certain derivatives of phosphine.
rung,
Past participle of ring, an instrument, formerly used for taking the sun's altitude, consisting of a brass ring suspended by a swivel, with a hole at one side through which a solar ray entering indicated the altitude on the graduated inner surface opposite.
Cankered.
Affected mentally or morally as with canker, sore, envenomed, malignant, fretful, ill-natured.
Venometer.
An instrument for determining the strength or purity of wine by measuring its density.
Migratory.
Hence, roving, wandering, nomad, as migratory habits, a migratory life.
Preparing.
Present participle and verbal noun of prepare, to fit, adapt, or qualify for a particular purpose or condition, to make ready, to put into a state for use or application, as, to prepare ground for seed, to prepare a lesson.
Employ.
To enclose, to enfold.
Portal.
No lesser gate, where there are two of different dimensions.
Sour.
To cause or permit to become harsh or unkeenly.
Completer.
One who complies, yields, or obeys, one of an easy, yielding temper.
Bloom.
A state or time of beauty, freshness, and vigor, an opening to higher perfection, analogous to that of buds into blossoms, as the bloom of youth.
Conception.
The act of conceiving in the womb, the initiation of an embryonic animal life.
Thermoelectricity.
Electricity developed in the action of heat, by that, by how much, by so much, on that account, used before comparatives, as, the longer we continue in sin, the more difficult it is to reform.
Old.
Aged, antiquated, hence, wanting in the mental vigor or other qualities belonging to youth, used disparagingly as a term of reproach.
Fly.
The act of fleeing, the act of running away, to escape or expected evil, hasty departure.
Compass.
To purpose, to intend, to imagine, to plot.
Carcelamp.
A French mechanical lamp, for lighthouses, in which a superabundance of oil is pumped to the wick tube by clockwork.
Metatheses.
The act, process, or result of exchange, substitution, or replacement of atoms and radicals. Thus, by metathesis an acid gives up all or part of its hydrogen, takes on an equivalent amount of metal or base, and forms a salt.
Inscrolling.
Present participle and verbal noun of inscroll. To write on a scroll. To record.
Quixotism.
That form of delusion which leads to extravagant and absurd undertakings or sacrifices in obedience to morbidly romantic ideal of duty or honor, as illustrated by the exploits of Don Quixote in knight-errantry.
Beplumed.
Decked with feathers.
Brew.
To repent of, and withdraw from, as a bargain, to get released from.
Retrograde.
Abstruse.
Minx.
A pert or wanton girl.
Gabby.
A simpleton, a dunce, a lout.
Parliamentary.
Of or pertaining to Parliament, as parliamentary authority.
Fidalgo.
The lowest title of nobility in Portugal, corresponding to that of Hidalgo in Spain.
Flex.
A plant of the genus Linum, especially the Latinus Itatissimum, which has a single, slender stalk, about a foot and a half high, with blue flowers. The fiber of the bark is used for making thread and cloth, called linen, cambric, lawn, lace, etc. Linseed oil is expressed from the seed.
Dolphin.
A voracious canoid fish Amia calda, found in the fresh waters of the United States, the midfish, called also Johnny Grindle, and dogfish.
Metamer.
Any one of several metameric forms of the same substance, or of different substances having the same composition, as xylene has three metamers, viz., orthoxylene, metixylene, and paraxylene.
Constrain.
To violate, to ravish.
Creak.
To produce a creaking sound with.
Lum.
A woody valley, also, a deep pool.
Stand.
To measure when erect on the feet.
Bring.
To convey, to move, to carry or conduct.
Pocus pocus.
A term used by jugglers in pretended incantations.
Key.
A bar, pin or wedge, to secure a crank, pulley, coupling, etc. upon a shaft, and prevent relative turning, sometimes holding by friction alone, but more frequently by its resistance to shearing, being usually embedded partly in the shaft and partly in the crank, pulley, etc.
Cavalier.
A work of more than ordinary height, rising from the level ground of a bastion, etc., and overlooking surrounding parts.
12.
The quotient of a unit divided by 12, one of 12 equal parts of one whole.
Panopticon.
A room for the exhibition of novelties.
Hansard.
A merchant of one of the hence towns, that part of an elliptical or many-centered arch which has the shorter radius and immediately adjoins the impost.
Young.
Being in the first part, period of growth, as a young plant, a young tree.
Confabulate.
To talk familiarly together, to chat, to prattle.
Exclude.
To thrust out or eject, to expel, as to exclude young animals from the womb or from eggs.
Sing.
To utter sounds with musical inflections or melodious modulations of voice, as fancy may dictate, or according to the notes of a song or tune, or of a given part as alto, tenor, etc., in a chorus or concerted piece.
Muscovy duck.
A duck carrying mossata, larger than the common duck, often raised in poultry yards. Called also musk duck, it is native of tropical America, from Mexico to southern Brazil.
Plunging.
Present participle and verbal noun of plunge, to thrust into water, or into any substance that is penetrable. To immerse, to cause to penetrate or enter quickly and forcibly. To thrust, as, to plunge the body into water. To plunge a dagger into the breast, also used figuratively, as, to plunge a nation into war.
La.
To bend, to box, to stoop.
Owner.
One who owns, a rightful proprietor, one who has the legal or rightful title, whether he is the possessor or not.
Force.
To do violence to overpower, or to compel by violence to one's will, especially, to ravish, to violate, to commit rape upon.
Cajoling.
Present participle and verbal noun of cajole. To deceive with flattery or fair words. To wheedle.
Jabel.
A kind of carp Cyprinus jabelio, called also Prussian carp.
Forlornness.
State of being forlorn.
Gay.
To furnish with gaze.
Isotropism.
Uniformity of physical properties in all directions in a body, absence of all kinds of polarity, specifically, equal elasticity in all directions.
Labor.
To be oppressed with difficulties or disease, to do one's work under conditions which make it especially hard, wearisome, to move slowly, as against opposition, or under a burden, to be burdened, often with under, and formerly with of.
Glossopharyngeal.
Pertaining to both the tongue and the pharynx, applied especially to the ninth pair of cranial nerves, which are distributed to the pharynx and tongue, one of the glossopharyngeal nerves.
Frock.
To clothe in a frock.
Dean.
The head or presiding officer in the faculty of some colleges or universities.
Draft.
To compose and write, as, to draft a memorial.
Defecate.
To clear from impurities, as lees, dregs, etc. To clarify, to purify, to refine.
Winnebagoes.
A tribe of North American Indians who originally occupied the region about Green Bay, Lake Michigan, but were driven back from the lake and nearly exterminated in 1640 by the Iowans.
Cetology.
The description or natural history of cetaceous animals.
Breakdown.
A noisy, rapid, shuffling dance engaged in competitively by a number of persons or pairs in succession, as among the colored people of the southern United States, and so called, perhaps, because the exercise is continued until most of those who take part in it break down.
Remean.
To give meaning to explain the meaning of, to interpret.
Linolite.
Pertaining to, or derived from, linoleum, or linseed oil, specifically chemistry, designating an organic acid, a thin yellow oil, found combined as a salt of glycerin in oils of linseed, poppy, hemp, and certain nuts.
Cadaster.
An official statement of the quantity and value of real estate for the purpose of apportioning the taxes payable on such property.
Replenisher.
One who replenishes.
Extracapsular.
Situated outside of a capsule, especially outside the capsular ligament of a joint.
Chancel.
All that part of a cruciform church which is beyond the line of the transept farthest from the main front.
Eden.
A small flag or streamer, as that carried by cavalry, which is broad at one end and nearly pointed at the other, or that used to direct the movements of a body of infantry, or to make signals at sea. Also, the flag of a guild or fraternity. In the United States service, each company of cavalry has a guidon.
Illusion.
A sensation originated by some external object, but so modified as in any way to lead to an erroneous perception, as when the rolling of a wagon is mistaken for thunder.
Empty.
A Latin preposition and prefix, akin to Greek anti, Sanskrit anti, Goth, and only in compound, Anglo-Saxon and, only in compound, compare, answer, belong, German and in compound. The Latin anti is generally used in the sense of before, in regard to position, order, or time, and the Greek anti, in that of opposite, or in the place of.
Dribbling.
A small piece or part, a small sum, a small quantity of money in making up a sum, as the money was paid in driblets.
Chymification.
The conversion of food into chyme by the digestive action of gastric juice.
Rachis.
The shaft of a feather, the rachis of the after shaft, or plumule, is called the hyperchus.
Colosseum,
the amphitheater of Vespasian in Rome,
thrashel,
an instrument to thrash with, a flail,
scavenge,
to cleanse, as streets, from filth,
behave,
to act, to conduct, to bear or carry oneself, as, to behave well or ill,
detaining,
present participle and verbal noun of detain, to restrain from proceeding, to stay or stop, to delay, as, we were detained by an accident.
recollection,
The power of recalling ideas to the mind, or the period within which things can be recollected, remembrance, memory, as, an event within my recollection.
ripen,
To mature, to fit or prepare, to bring to perfection, as, to ripen the judgment.
medicine,
A philter or love potion.
fondly,
Foolishly, fondly.
vast,
A waste region, boundless space, immensity.
pneumatical,
Fitted to contain air, having cavities filled with air, as, pneumatic cells, pneumatic bones.
Abraham man,
One of a set of vagabonds who formerly roamed through England, feigning lunacy for the sake of obtaining alms.
placidly,
In a placid manner.
raise,
To increase the strength, vigor, or vehemence of, to excite, to intensify, to invigorate, to heighten, as, to raise the pulse, to raise the voice, to raise the spirits or the courage, to raise the heat of a furnace.
denotation,
The marking off or separation of anything.
reprinter,
One who reprints.
exhortative,
Giving exhortation, advisory, exhortative.
preen,
To dress with, or as with, a preen, to trim or dress with a beak, as the feathers, said of birds.
minting,
Present participle and verbal noun of mint, the name of several aromatic lobiate plants, mostly of the genus Mentha, yielding odoriferous essential oils by distillation, a widely distributed genus of fragrant herbs, including the peppermint, spearmint, etc. The plants have small flowers, usually arranged in dense axillary clusters.
Othman,
Of or pertaining to the Turks, as the Ottoman power or empire.
wielden,
The Wealden group or strata.
over,
Upon the surface of, or the whole surface of, hither and thither upon, throughout the whole extent of, as, to wander over the earth, to walk over a field, or over a city.
polyphonic,
characterized by polyphony, as Assyrian polyphonic characters.
Anticipation.
The act of anticipating, taking up, placing, or considering something beforehand, or before the proper time in natural order.
Codapted.
Adapted one to another, as codapted pulp and tooth.
Tinkling.
Present participle and verbal noun of tinkle, to make, or give forth, small, quick, sharp sounds, as a piece of metal does when struck, to clink.
Purprise.
A close or enclosure, the compass of a manor.
Telepore.
A capsule developed on certain hydroids Thecophoria, enclosing the blastostyle upon which the medusoid buds organophores are developed, called also gonandium, and telepore, an extensive order of hydrozoa and illus, of campanularian.
Limpidness.
Quality of being limpid, limpidity.
Concocting.
Present participle and verbal noun of concoct, to prepare from crude materials, as food, to invent or prepare by combining different ingredients, as to concoct a new dish or beverage.
Side.
Hence, indirect, oblique, collateral, incidental, as a side issue, a side view or remark.
Griddle.
An iron plate or pan used for cooking cakes.
Dignities.
Qualities suited to inspire respect or reverence, loftiness and grace, impressiveness, stateliness, set of /n, manner, style, etc.
Toil.
To worry, to overlabor.
Beginning.
Enterprise.
Infinitude.
Infinite extent, unlimited space, immensity, infinity.
Thought.
Imperative of hope.
Illuminatism.
The principles of the Illuminati.
Gloss.
A foreign, archaic, technical, or other uncommon word requiring explanation.
Radicated.
Having reed-like organs for attachment.
Noah.
Any one of several very large extinct species of wingless birds belonging to Dinornis, and other related genera, of the suborder Dinorniths, found in New Zealand. They are allied to the apteryx and the ostrich. They were probably exterminated by the natives before New Zealand was discovered by Europeans. Some species were much larger than the ostrich.
Cleric.
A clerk, a clergyman.
Germanizing.
Of Germanize.
Subtreasurer.
The public officer who has charge of a subtreasury.
Pansclavis.
pertaining to all the Slavic races.
Admonishing.
Present participle and verbal noun of admonish, to counsel against wrong practices, to caution or advise, to warn against danger or an offense, followed by of, against, or a subordinate clause.
Constrainedly.
By constraint or compulsion, in a constrained manner.
Base.
To abase, to let, or cast, down, to lure.
Delirificient.
Any substance which tends to cause delirium.
Glary.
Like glare, or partaking of its qualities, covered with glare, viscous and transparent, slimy.
Appouche.
A gushing upward.
Disadvantage.
To injure the interest of, to be detrimental to.
Lacedemonian.
A Spartan.
Loanable.
Such as can be lent, available for lending, as loanable funds, used mostly in financial business and writings.
Pose.
To interrogate, to question.
Chairmanship.
The office of a chairman of a meeting or organized body.
Blobber lip.
Having thick lips.
Pestiferous.
Pest-bearing, pestilential, noxious to health, malignant, infectious, contagious, as pestiferous bodies.
Milk.
A kind of juice or sap, usually white in color, found in certain plants. Latex, a milky or colored juice in certain plants in cavities called latex cells or latex tubes. It contains the peculiar principles of the plants, whether aromatic, bitter, or acid, and in many instances yields caoutchouc upon coagulation.
Medulla.
A gelatinous compound of linseed oil and mastic varnish, used by artists as a vehicle for colors.
Surmounter.
One who, or that which, surmounts.
Speechmaker.
One who makes speeches, one accustomed to speak in a public assembly.
Box.
To fight with the fist, to combat with, or as with, the hand or fist, to spar.
Downpour.
A pouring or streaming downwards, especially a heavy or continuous shower.
Prunello.
A species of dried plum, prunelle.
Polar.
One of two great circles intersecting at right angles in the poles of the equator. One of them passes through the equinoctial points, and hence is denominated the equinoctial polar. The other intersects the equator at the distance of 90 degrees from the former, and is called the solstitial polar.
Extend.
To value, as lands taken by writ of extent in satisfaction of a debt, to assign by writ of extent.
Maleficent.
Doing evil to others, harmful, mischievous.
Nope.
A bullfinch.
D.
A prefix signifying twofold, double, twice.
Interpolable.
That may be interpolated, suitable to be interpolated.
Innkeeper.
And inholder.
Pay.
To discharge or fulfill, as a die, to perform or render duty, as that which has been promised.
Buffer.
A wheel for buffing, a buff.
Transfer.
The act of transferring, or the state of being transferred, the removal or conveyance of a thing from one place or person to another.
Oppress.
To impose excessive burdens upon, to overload, hence, to treat with unjust rigor or with cruelty.
Stupor.
Intellectual insensibility, moral stupidity, heedlessness or inattention to one's interests.
Sprigged.
Having sprigs.
Instrument.
A contrivance or implement by which musical sounds are produced, as a musical instrument.
Toothless boyot.
A kind of starch with very large, oval, flattened grains, often sold as arrowroot and extensively used for adulterating cocoa. It is made from the rootstocks of a species of canna, probably Centigrade adulis, the tubers of which are edible every month in the year.
Exodus.
The second of the Old Testament, which contains the narrative of the departure of the Israelites from Egypt.
Onion.
Of or pertaining to the planet Uranus, as the onion year.
Semi-pupa.
The young of an insect in a stage between the larva and pupa.
Knitted.
Gay, spruce, fine, set of persons.
Raja.
A native prince or king, also, a landholder or person of importance in the agricultural districts.
Low maintenance.
Furnished with lobes or flaps.
Jotting.
Present participle and verbal noun of jot, an iota, a point, a tittle, the smallest particle. Compare, bit, and.
Scudel.
A rounded apothecium having an elevated rim formed of the proper thallus, the fructification of certain lichens.
Dog bee.
A male or drone bee.
Potteries.
The vessels or ware made by potters, earthenware, glazed and baked.
Masted.
like or pertaining to the genus Bomix, or the family Bomicid.
Clump.
An in-shaped piece or mass of wood or other substance.
Nai.
An inverted pendulum consisting of a short vertical flat spring which supports a rod having a bob at the top, used for detecting and measuring slight horizontal vibrations of a body to which it is attached.
Hylism.
A theory which regards matter as the original principle of evil.
Air plant.
A plant deriving its sustenance from the air alone, an aerophyte.
Chut.
To strike gently, to give a gentle blow to.
Carry.
To have propulsive power, to propel, as a gun or mortar carries well.
Mugwumpery.
The acts and views of the mugwumps.
Station.
The place at which an instrument is planted, or observations are made, as in surveying.
Linguatulina.
An order of worm-like, degraded, parasitic arachnids. They have two pairs of retractile hooks near the mouth, called also pentastomata.
Advential.
Relating to the season of Advent.
Ingation.
Cheat, deception.
Incontrovertibility.
The state or condition of being incontrovertible.
Were.
To ferment, as a liquid.
Fluxionary.
Pertaining to, or having the nature of, fluxin or fluxens, variable, inconstant.
Threaten.
To exhibit the appearance of something evil or unpleasant, as approaching, to indicate as impending, to announce the conditional infliction of, as, to threaten war, to threaten death.
Buzz.
To whisper, to communicate, as hails, in an undertone, to spread, as report, by whispers, or secretly.
Chlamydes.
A loose and flowing outer garment, worn by the ancient Greeks, a kind of cloak.
Area.
Extent, scope, range, as, a wide area of thought.
Outsy.
To denoting part of an aggregate or whole, belonging to number or quantity mentioned, out of, from amongst, as, of this little he had some to spare, some of the mines were unproductive, most of the company.
Mystery.
To treat amiss, to abuse.
John.
A proper name of a man.
Intercepted.
Imperfect and past participle of intersect, to take or seize by the way, or before arrival at the destined place, to cause to stop on the passage, as, to intercept a letter. A telegram will intercept him at Paris.
Spawn.
To deposit eggs, as fish or frogs do.
Murder.
Murder, N-N-C.
Turbeth.
The root of Ipom/Aterptum, a plant of Ceylon, Malabar, and Australia, formerly used in medicine as a purgative, sometimes called vegetable turpith.
Geologic.
Of or pertaining to geology, or the science of the earth.
Speakable.
Capable of being spoken, fit to be spoken.
Subscript.
Anything written below.
Alp.
A bullfinch.
System.
Hence, the whole scheme of created things regarded as forming one complete plan of whole, the universe.
Tempt.
To lead, or endeavor to lead, into evil. To entice to what is wrong, to seduce.
Manly.
Having qualities becoming to a man, not childish or womanish, manlike, especially brave, courageous, resolute, noble.
Coach.
Imperfect and past participle of coach, a large, closed, four-wheeled carriage, having doors in the sides, and generally a front and back seat inside, each for two persons, and an elevated outside seat in front for the driver.
Prophetess.
Profitable, advantageous, useful.
Fierce.
Excessively earnest, eager, or ardent.
Towards.
Readily to do or learn, compliant with duty, not froward, apt, docile, tractable, as, toward youth.
Glimmering.
Faint, unsteady light, a glimmer.
Hacky.
The chipmunk, also, the chicory or red squirrel.
Snip.
A slight hit or tip of the ball, often unintentional.
Statuary.
The art of carving statues or images as representatives of real persons or things, a branch of sculpture.
Count.
To reckon, to rely, to depend, with on or upon.
Foreign.
Outside, extraneous, separated, alien, as, a foreign country, a foreign government.
Complying.
Present participle and verbal noun of comply, to yield assent, to accord, agree, or acquiesce, to adapt oneself, to consent or conform, usually followed by with.
Blanch.
To make white by removing the skin of, as by scalding, as, to blanch almonds.
Wrappage.
That which wraps, envelope, covering.
Daft.
Gay, playful, frolicsome.
Application.
A request, a document containing a request, as his application was placed on file.
To erase.
To scratch to pieces.
Eventuated.
Imperfect and past participle of eventuate, to come out finally or in conclusion, to result, to come to pass.
Cracker.
A small firework, consisting of a little powder enclosed in a thick paper cylinder with a fuse, and exploding with a sharp noise, often called firecracker.
Hexangular.
Having 6 angles or corners.
Synopus.
A red pigment made from synopi.
Decoyed.
Imperfect and past participle of decoy, a person employed by officers of justice, or parties exposed to injury, to induce a suspected person to commit an offense under circumstances that will lead to his detection.
Bubonic.
Of or pertaining to bubo or bubos, characterized by bubos.
Draper.
One who sells cloths, a dealer in cloths, as a draper and tailor.
Stratus.
A form of clouds in which they are arranged in horizontal band or layer, that which has a dark, lowering, or threatening aspect, that which temporarily overshadows, obscures, or depresses, as a cloud of sorrow, a cloud of war, a cloud upon the intellect.
Brace.
The state of being braced or tight tension.
Prester.
A priest or presbyter, as Prester John.
Slat.
To set on, to incite a list of candidates, prepared for nomination or for election, a list of candidates, or a program of action, devised beforehand.
Car wheel.
A flanked wheel of a railway car or truck.
Digressed.
Imperfect and past participle of digress, to step or turn aside, to deviate, to swerve, especially, to turn aside from the main subject of attention, or course of argument, in writing or speaking.
Lychee.
The fruit of a tree native to China Nephilium lychee, it is nut-like, having a rough but tender shell, containing an aromatic pulp, and a single large seed. In the dried fruit which is exported the pulp somewhat resembles a raisin in color and form.
Pendant.
The stem and ring of a watch, by which it is suspended.
Commodities.
That which affords convenience, advantage, or profit, especially in commerce, including everything movable that is bought and sold except animals, goods, wares, merchandise, produce of land and manufactures, etc.
Fuff.
To puff.
Pyro.
Abbreviation of pyrogallic acid.
abysmally,
to fathomless depth, profoundly,
tincture,
to imbue the mind of, to communicate a portion of anything foreign to tinge,
dimorphous,
crystallizing under two forms fundamentally different, while having the same chemical composition,
deputator,
one who deputes, or makes a deputation,
speechless,
not speaking for a time, dumb, mute, silent.
conveyance,
The act of conveying, carrying, or transporting, carriage.
heterosis,
A figure of speech by which one form of noun, verb, or pronoun, and the like, is used for another, as in the sentence, "What is life to such as me?"
epiphyseal,
Pertaining to, or having the nature of, an epiphysis.
bill,
One who wields a bill, a billman.
compounder,
A Jacobite who favored the restoration of James II, on condition of a general amnesty and of guarantees for the security of the civil and ecclesiastical constitution of the realm.
water pillar,
A water spout.
partnership,
An alliance or association of persons for the prosecution of an undertaking or a business on joint account, a company, a firm, a house, as, to form a partnership,
pi,
the key or sound of the voice,
torvity,
sourness or severity of countenance, sternness,
flash,
to cut partly, or to bend and intertwine the branches of, as, to plash a hedge.
acorn,
One of the sessile stripeds, a barnacle of the genus Balanus, any striped crustacean adhering to rocks, floating timber, ships, etc., especially the sessile species genus Balanus and allies, and the stalked or goose barnacles genus Lepus and allies, an order of crustacea including the barnacles, when adult. They have a calcareous shell composed of several pieces. From the opening of the shell the animal throws out a group of curved legs, looking like a delicate gull, whence the name of the group, an animal of the barnacle tribe, of the genus Lepus, having a fleshy stem or peduncle, a goose barnacle, see Stripedia, and goose barnacle.
tuber,
A tuberosity, a tubercle.
Mixolydian mode,
The seventh ecclesiastical node, whose scale commences on German.
tympanizing,
Present participle and verbal noun of tympanize, to stretch, as a skin over the head of a drum, to make into a drum or drumhead, or cause to act or sound like a drum.
ovener,
An officer of the king's stables whose duty it was to provide oats for the horses.
Sylvan.
A liquid hydrocarbon obtained together with furfurin tetraol by the distillation of pine wood, called also methyl tetraol or methyl furfurin.
Vexer.
One who vexes or troubles.
Hate.
Strong aversion coupled with desire that evil should befall the person toward whom the feeling is directed, as exercised toward things. Intense dislike, hatred, detestation, opposed to love.
Chip.
Wood or Cuban palm leaf split into slips, or straw plaited in a special manner, for making hats or bonnets.
Ear piercer.
The earwig.
Retrograde.
The retiring of an army or body of men from the face of an enemy, or from any ground occupied to a greater distance from the enemy, or from an advanced position.
Jura.
The memorandum or certificate at the end of an affidavit, or a bill or answer in chancery, showing when, before whom, and in English practice, where, it was sworn or affirmed.
Garter.
One who guards.
Rumorous.
Murmuring.
Kyanophil.
A blue coloring matter supposed by some to be one of the component parts of chlorophyll.
Liner.
A vessel belonging to regular line of packets, also, a line of battleship, a ship of the line.
Relevantly.
In a relevant manner.
Gist.
The main point, as of a question, the point on which an action rests, the pith of the matter, as, the gist of a question.
Sabbatism.
Intermission of labor, as upon the Sabbath, rest.
Eulogist.
One versed in eulogy.
Dissolve.
To break the continuity of, to disconnect, to disunite, to sunder, to loosen, to undo, to separate.
Petrifaction.
Figuratively, hardness, callousness, obduracy.
Retardation.
The keeping back of an approaching consonant chord by prolonging one or more tones of a previous chord into the intermediate chord which follows, differing from suspension by resolving upwards instead of downwards.
Waybeam.
A kind of large steel yard for weighing merchandise, also called weighmaster's beam.
Pur.
Without prosperous conditions or good results, unfavorable, unfortunate, unconfirmable, as, a poor business, the sick man had a poor night.
Pterodactylum.
The side of a toe or finger.
Hypostatically.
In a hypostatic manner.
Guide.
To guide, to govern.
Cadger.
one who carries hawks on a cadge.
Umber.
A brown or reddish pigment used in both oil and watercolors, obtained from certain natural clays variously colored by the oxides of iron and manganese. It is commonly heated or burned before being used, and is then called burnt umber. When not heated, it is called raw umber. Of burn, umber, below.
En route.
To fix by the root, to fix fast, to implant deep.
Repartee.
A smart, ready, and witty reply.
Surety.
The state of being sure, certainty, security.
Iconoclastic.
Of or pertaining to the iconoclasts, or to image breaking.
Reestablished.
Groom rank, rancid, rusty.
Instilled.
Imperfect and past participle of instill. To drop in, to pour in drop by drop. Hence, to impart gradually, to infuse slowly, to cause to be imbibed.
Reset.
To cut or pare off, to remove by cutting.
Sisal.
The suslick.
Pietograph.
A chart or graphic representation of the average distribution of rain over the surface of the earth.
Vinton.
Contraction for Vington.
Whiteness.
Want of a sanguineous tinge, paleness, as from terror, grief, etc.
Accommodated.
Imperfect and past participle of accommodate, to show the correspondence of, to apply or make suit by analogy, to adapt or fit, as teachings to accidental circumstances, statements to facts, etc., as, to accommodate prophecy to events.
And crimson.
To give a crimson or red color to crimson.
Stagnosis.
Constipation, also, constriction of the vessels or ducts.
Wive.
To take for a wife, to marry.
Fertile.
To draw up or gather into close compass, to wrap or rule, as a sail, close to the yard, stay, or mast, or, as a flag, close to or around its staff, securing it there by a gasket or line, taughten.
Depute.
To appoint, to assign, to choose.
Hem.
The region back of the knee joint, the popliteal space, the hop.
Soothsay.
A true saying, a proverb, a prophecy.
Endorhizal.
Having the radical of the embryo sheathed by the cotyledon, through which the embryo bursts in germination, as in many monocotyledonous plants.
Postluminary.
Pertaining to, or involving, the right of postluminarium.
pachyglossal,
having a thick tongue, applied to a group of lizards pachygloss, including the iguanas and agamas.
postulatum,
Apostolate,
comprehensor,
one who comprehends, one who has attained to full knowledge.
ciphering,
Present participle and verbal noun of cipher, a combination or interweaving of letters, as the initials of a name, a device, a monogram, as a painter's cipher, an engraver's cipher, etc. The cut represents the initials and Welsh.
crossing,
The act of interbreeding, a mixing of breeds.
mesogal/a,
Gelatinous tissue separating the ectoderm and endoderm in certain coelenterate.
signet,
A young swan.
bestowing,
Present participle and verbal noun of bestow. To lay up in store, to deposit for safekeeping, to stow, to place, to put.
not,
The young of any animal. Also, a young girl, a mop.
shout,
To utter a sudden and loud outcry, as in joy, triumph, or exultation, or to attract attention, to animate soldiers, etc.
third,
Imperfectly crystallized or coarse diamonds, or fragments made in cutting good diamonds which are reduced to powder and used in lapidary work.
subdue,
To destroy the force of, to overcome, as medicines subdue a fever.
evincive,
Tending to prove, having the power to demonstrate, demonstrative, indicative.
elimination,
The act of obtaining by separation, or as the result of eliminating, deduction, to separate, to expel from the system, to excrete, as the kidneys eliminate urea, the lungs carbonic acid, to eliminate poison from the system.
sipunculoidea,
In a restricted sense, a suborder of Gephyria, including those which have the body unarmed and the intestine opening anteriorly.
chepster,
The European starling.
kith,
To come into view, to appear.
crosstail,
A bar connecting the ends of the side rods or levers of back action or side lever engine.
varus,
An imperfection on the inside of the hind leg in horses, different from a curve, but at the same height, and frequently injuring the sail of the animal by growing to an unsightly size.
business life,
In the manner of one transacting business wisely and by right methods.
rattle-headed,
Noisy, giddy, unsteady.
cudgeling,
Of cudgel.
brutalization,
The act or process of making brittle. State of being brutalized.
unpleasantry,
Want of pleasantry.
indigently,
In an indigent manner.
oracling,
Present participle and verbal noun of oracle. The answer of a god, or some person reputed to be a god, to an inquiry respecting some affair or future event, as the success of an enterprise or battle.
mullinger,
Imperfect and past participle of mullinger. To act the part of a mullingerer. To feign illness or inability.
satiate,
To full beyond natural desire. To gratify to repletion or loathing. To surfeit. To glut.
theistical,
Of or pertaining to theism, or a theist, according to the doctrine of theists.
dunderpate,
A dunce, a numbskull, a blockhead.
triad,
A chord of three notes.
disintegrator,
A machine for grinding or pulverizing by percussion.
ascendant,
Rising toward the zenith, above the horizon.
clarinet,
A wind instrument, blown by a single reed, of richer and fuller tone than the oboe, which has a double reed. It is the leading instrument in a military band.
top armor,
A top railing supported by stanchions and equipped with netting.
seedlip,
A vessel in which a sower carries the seed to be scattered.
proper,
Belonging to the natural or essential constitution. Peculiar, not common, particular, as every animal has his proper instincts and appetites.
competition,
The act of seeking, or endeavoring to gain, what another is endeavoring to gain at the same time. Common strife for the same objects, strife for superiority, emulous contest, rivalry, as for approbation, for a prize, or as where two or more persons are engaged in the same business and each seeking patronage, followed by for before the object sought, and with before the person or thing competed with.
nature,
To endow with natural qualities.
obtuse,
To draw over, as a covering.
traverse,
A formal denial of some matter of fact alleged by the opposite party in any stage of the pleadings. The technical words introducing a traverse are abscot. Without this, that is, without this which follows.
bobsled,
A short sled, mostly used as one of a pair connected by a reach or coupling. Also, the compound sled so formed.
heavy spar,
Native barium sulfate or barite, so called because of its high specific gravity as compared with other non-metallic minerals.
fag,
To become weary, to tire.
pounced,
Furnished with claws or talons, as the pounced young of the eagle.
retail,
To distribute in small portions or at second hand. To tell again or to many what has been told or done. To report, as to retail slander.
sound,
A narrow passage of water, or a strait between the mainland and an island. Also, a strait connecting two seas, or connecting a sea or lake with the ocean, as the sound between the Baltic and the German Ocean, Long Island Sound.
eggshell,
The shell or exterior covering of an egg, also used figuratively for anything resembling an eggshell.
smiling,
Present participle and verbal noun of smile. The act of smiling, a peculiar change or brightening of the face, which expresses pleasure, moderate joy, mirth, approbation, or kindness, opposed to frown.
stowing,
Present participle and verbal noun of stow, to place or arrange in a compact mass, to put in its proper place, or in a suitable place, to pack, as, to stow bags, bales, or casks in a ship's hold, to stow hay in a mow, to stow sheaves.
monster,
Specifically an animal or plant departing greatly from the usual type, as by having too many limbs.
spoking,
Present participle and verbal noun of spoke, the radius or ray of a wheel, one of the small bars which are inserted in the hub, or nave, and which serve to support the rim or felly.
nonagenarian,
Of or pertaining to the monomia.
lobar,
Of or pertaining to a lobe, characterized by, or like, a lobe or lobes.
stuff,
The fundamental material of which anything is made up, elemental part, essence.
velocity,
State of being villous.
crevice,
A deep crevice or fissure, as in embankment, one of the clefts or fissure by which the mass of a glacier is divided.
hexapodes,
Having 6 feet, belonging to the hexapoda.
reach,
To extend in dimension, time, amount, action, influence, etc., so as to touch, attain to, or be equal to, something.
polarization,
The act of polarizing, the state of being polarized, or of having polarity.
smicker,
To look amorously or wantonly, to smirk.
setter,
One who hunts victims for sharpers.
burlesquer,
One who burlesques.
warp,
Imperfect and past participle of warp. A rope used in hauling or moving a vessel. Usually with one end attached to an anchor. a post, or other fixed object, a towing line, a warping hawser.
Stigmatization.
The act of stigmatizing.
Gravely.
In a grave manner.
Caliph.
Successor or vicar, a title of the successors of Muhammad both as temporal and spiritual rulers, now used by the sultans of Turkey.
Expels.
To drive out, to expel.
Ash oven.
A furnace or oven for fritting materials for glass making.
Llama.
A copious gummy secretion of the humor of the eyelids, in consequence of some disorder, blurredness, lipitude.
Ironist.
One who uses irony.
Pester.
To crowd together in an annoying way, to overcrowd, to infest.
Underestimate.
To set a low value on, to estimate below the truth.
Soar.
The act of soaring, upward fly.
Insul.
To deprive of soul, spirit, or principle.
Heterodoxal.
Not orthodox.
Novelist.
An innovator, an asserter of novelty.
Assign.
To transfer, or make over to another, especially to transfer to, and vest in, certain persons, called assignees, for the benefit of creditors.
Slip.
A dislocation of a lead, destroying continuity.
Redeemable.
Subject to an obligation of redemption, conditioned upon a promise of redemption, payable, due, as, funds, promissory notes, etc., redeemable in gold, or in current money, or for months after date.
Disclusion.
A shutting off, exclusion.
Roar.
A loud, continuous, and confused sound, as the roar of a cannon, of the wind, or the waves, the roar of ocean.
Pearl.
A pouch-like portion of the perianth in certain orchids.
Belly.
That part of the human body which extends downward from the breast to the thighs, and contains the bowels, or intestines, the abdomen.
God.
A small conchal pile of hay.
Visto.
A vista, a prospect.
Disembodied.
Imperfect and past participle of disembodied, to divest of the body or corporeal existence.
Pure.
Free from moral defilement or guilt, hence, innocent, guileless, chaste, applied to persons.
Throttle.
to prate, to talk much and idly, to gabble, to chatter, to twaddle, as a twaddling gossip.
Dry stone.
Constructed of uncemented stone.
Therewithal.
Over and above, besides, moreover.
Ailment.
Indisposition, morbid affection of the body, not applied ordinarily to acute diseases.
Rhapsodize.
To utter as a rhapsody, or in the manner of a rhapsody.
Decameter.
A measure of length in the metric system, 10 meters, equal to about 393.7 inches.
Italicized.
Imperfect and past participle of italicize, to print in italic characters, to underline written letters or words with a single line, as, to italicize a word, italicize is too much.
Percarbonated.
Combined with a relatively large amount of carbon.
Cystasis.
A political union, confederation, or league.
Throne.
To place on a royal seat, to enthrone.
Color.
A distinguishing badge, as a flag or similar symbol usually in the plural. As, the colors or color of a ship or regiment, the colors of a racehorse that is, of the cap and jacket worn by the jockey.
Outsole.
The outside sole of a boot or shoe.
Limit.
That which terminates a period of time, hence, the period itself, the full time or extent.
Evolve.
To become open, disclosed, or develop, to pass through a process of evolution.
Opinionator.
One who is opinionated.
Cedilla.
A mark placed under the letter C thus, C, to show that it is to be sounded like S, as in facade.
Anipla.
One of the two orders of Nemertians, an order of helminths usually having a long, slender, smooth, often bright-colored body, covered with minute vibrating cilia, called also Nemertia, Nemertida, and Rhynchocoelia.
Discomforting.
Present participle and verbal noun of discomfort, to destroy or disturb the comfort of, to deprive of / quiet enjoyment, to make uneasy, to pain, as, a smoky chimney discomforts a family.
Smattering.
A slight, superficial knowledge of something, ceolism.
Beaming.
Present participle and verbal noun of beam. A heavy iron lever having an oscillating motion on a central axis, one end of which is connected with the piston rod from which it receives motion, and the other with the crank of the wheel shaft, called also working beam or walking beam.
Eclipsis.
The elision of a final M, with the preceding vowel, before a word beginning with a vowel.
Culm.
The stalk or stem of grain and grasses including the bamboo, jointed and usually hollow.
Trotter.
One that trots, especially a horse trained to be driven in trotting matches.
Hyposulfate.
A salt of hyposulfuric acid.
Tympanodial.
The proximal segment in the hyoidin arch, becoming a part of the styloid process of the temporal bone in adult man.
Mend.
To grow better, to advance to a better state, to become improved.
Septum.
One of the transverse partitions dividing the body cavity of an annelid.
Massively.
In a heavy mass.
Spade.
One of that suit of cards each of which bears one or more figures resembling a spade.
Electrify.
To become electric.
Epic.
A fixed point of time, established in history by the occurrence of some grand or remarkable event, a point of time marked by an event of great subsequent influence, as the epic of the creation. The birth of Christ was the epic which gave rise to the Christian era.
Spell.
A gratuitous helping forward of another's work, as a logging spell.
Glamour.
To stun with noise.
Glitter.
Giving no sure footing, smooth, slippery.
Gangflower.
The common English milkwort Polygala vulgaris, so called from blossoming in gangweed.
Incocted.
Raw, indigestible.
Gutwort.
A plant, Globulari alpin, a violent purgative, found in Africa.
Rusting.
Present participle and verbal noun of rust, a minute mold or fungus forming reddish or rusty spots on the leaves and stems of cereal and other grasses. Trichobasis rubigo vera, now usually believed to be a form or condition of the corn mildew Puccinia graminis. As rust, it has solitary reddish spores. As corn mildew, the spores are double and blackish.
Bashful.
Not bashful or modest, bold, impudent, shameless.
Horsey.
Pertaining to, or suggestive of, a horse, or of horse racing, as, horsey manners, garments of fantastically horsey fashions.
Speechify.
To make a speech, to harangue.
Conversation.
Commerce, intercourse, traffic.
Stage.
A platform, often floating, serving as a kind of wharf.
Mockingly.
Slatternly.
Proxine.
An officer who had the charge of showing hospitality to those who came from a friendly city or state.
Aspectable.
Capable of being visible.
Shore.
A prop, as a timber, placed as a brace or support against the side of a building or other structure. A prop placed beneath anything, as a beam, to prevent it from sinking or sagging.
Criminalness.
The quality or state of being criminal, that which constitutes a crime. Guiltiness, guilt.
Interplay.
Mutual action or influence, interaction, as the interplay of affection.
Disarray.
To throw into disorder, to break the array of.
Thrasonical.
Of or pertaining to thrasso, like, or becoming to, thrasso, bragging, boastful, vainglorious.
Walk.
A small yelping cur.
Walking.
And from walk, see.
Side hill.
The side or slope of a hill, sloping ground, a descent.
Heterostylism.
The condition of being heterostyled.
Hymnology.
A knowledge of hymns, a treatise on hymns.
Tinsmith.
One who works in tin, a tinner.
Carmagnole.
A popular or red Republican song and dance of the time of the First French Revolution.
Rankling.
Present participle and verbal noun of rankle. To produce a festering or inflamed effect, to cause a sore, used literally and figuratively, as a splinter rankles in the flesh, the words rankled in his bosom.
Prickshaft.
An arrow.
Petiolated.
Having a stalk or petiole, as a petiolate leaf, the petiolated abdomen of certain Hymenoptera.
Jack.
The drill.
Making.
Present participle and verbal noun of make, to bring about, to bring forward, to be the cause or agent of, to effect, do, perform, or execute, often used with a noun to form a phrase equivalent to the simple verb that corresponds to such noun, as, to make complaint, for to complain, to make record of, for to record, to make abode, for to abide, etc.
Habitation.
The act of inhabiting, state of inhabiting or dwelling, or of being inhabited, occupancy.
And know.
To fail of knowing, to be ignorant of.
Shore.
Imperative of sheer.
Furnace.
A place or time of punishment, a fiction, or great trial, severe experience or discipline.
Blessed thistle.
Blessed thistle, scientifically known as Centaurea benedicta, is an annual herb native to the Mediterranean region, characterized by its yellow flowers and spiny leaves. It has been used in traditional medicine, although scientific evidence supporting its health benefits is limited.
Cell.
To place or enclose in a cell.
Shieling.
A hut or small cottage in an exposed or a retired place as on a mountain or at the seaside, such as is used by shepherds, fishermen, sportsmen, etc. A summer cottage, also, a shed.
Attire.
Dress, clothes, headdress, anything which dresses or adorns, especially ornamental clothing.
Encasing.
Present participle and verbal noun of encase, to enclose in a case, to enclose, to cover or surround with something solid.
Sizing.
Act of covering or treating with size.
Urban's.
The act of arriving, or coming, the act of reaching a place from a distance, whether by water as in its original sense, or by land.
Mediastinal.
Of or pertaining to mediastinum.
Side.
Hence, indirect, oblique, collateral, incidental, as, a side issue, a side view or remark.
Deter.
To prevent by fear, hence, to hinder or prevent from action by fear of consequences, or difficulty, risk, etc.
Conversion.
A change of character or use, as of smoothbore guns into rifles.
Fling.
To throw, to hurl, to throw off or down, to prostrate, hence, to baffle, to defeat, as, to fling a party in litigation.
Crew.
A vessel used to hold wine, oil, or water for the service of the altar.
Playsome.
Playful, wanton, sportive.
Constructionist.
One who puts a certain construction upon some writing or instrument, as the constitutions of the United States, as a strict constructionist, a broad constructionist.
Roast.
To cook meat, fish, etc. by heat, as before the fire or in an oven.
Fluorescent.
Having the property of fluorescence.
Besetter.
One who, or that which, besets.
Acetabuliferous.
Furnished with fleshy cups for adhering to bodies, as cuttlefish, etc.
Parallel.
Direction conformable to that of another line.
Cap.
Something covering the top or end of a thing for protection or ornament.
Osculant.
kissing, hence, meeting, clinging.
omened,
Attended by, or containing, an omen or omens, as, happy omen day.
shedder,
One who, or that which, sheds, as, a shedder of blood, a shedder of tears.
protaphitic,
Pertaining to the temple, temporal.
deck,
A pack or set of playing cards.
figure,
The representation of any form, as by drawing, painting, modeling, carving, embroidering, etc., especially the representation of the human body, as a figure in bronze, a figure cut in marble.
clinch,
A hitch or bend by which a rope is made fast to the ring of an anchor, or the breeching of a ship's gun to the ring bolts.
toluene,
The hydrocarbon radical, CH3C6H4, regarded as characteristic of certain compounds of the aromatic series related to toluene, as toluene carbonyl.
romping,
Present participle and verbal noun of romp, to play readily and boisterously, to leap and frisk about in play.
glycerate,
A salt of glyceric acid.
gribble,
A small marine isopod crustacean Lemurial ignorum or Latin terebrans, which burrows into and rapidly destroys submerged timber, such as the piles of wharves, both in Europe and America.
sulfasalt,
A salt of a sulfacid.
by,
In the neighborhood of, near or next to, not far from, close to, along with, as, come and sit by me.
agnogenesis,
Reproduction without union of parents of distinct sexes, asexual reproduction.
imtrading,
Present participle and verbal noun of imtrade, to obtain by request or entity.
tataupa,
A South American Dynamicrypterus tataupa.
shoemaker,
One whose occupation it is to make shoes and boots.
forefoot,
A piece of timber which terminates the keel at the fore end, connecting it with the lower end of the stem.
flyer,
The pair of arms attached to the spindle of a spinning frame, over which the thread passes to the bobbin, so called from their swift revolution, a heavy wheel, or cross arms with weights at the ends on a revolving axis, to regulate or equalize the motion of machinery by means of its inertia, where the power communicated, or the resistance to be overcome, is variable, as in the steam engine or the coining press, to move in or pass through the air with wings, as a bird, wheel below.
crab,
Cramped, irregular, as crabbed handwriting.
countermeasure,
To fortify with a wall behind another wall.
vulcanizer,
One who, or that which, vulcanizes, especially, an apparatus for vulcanizing caoutchouc.
sarkin,
A crystalline, nitrogenous substance, closely related to xanthan and uric acid, widely distributed through the animal body, but especially in muscle tissue, called also sarsin, sarkin.
felting,
The act of splitting timber by the felt grain.
airy,
The nest of a bird of prey, as of an eagle or hawk, also a brood of such birds. Airy, Shakespeare, also figuratively, a human residence or resting place perched like an eagle's nest.
swiftfoot,
Nimble, fleet.
blemishes,
Any mark of deformity or injury, whether physical or moral, anything that diminishes beauty, or renders imperfect that which is otherwise well formed, that which impairs reputation.
subac,
To reduce, to subdue.
altivalent,
Flying high.
bagala,
A two-masted Arab or Indian trading vessel, used in Indian Ocean.
cichlidobill,
A curlew.
plunk,
A kind of blue color. Also, anciently, a kind of cloth, generally blue.
fostering,
Present participle and verbal noun of foster, relating to nourishment, affording, receiving, or sharing nourishment or nurture, applied to father, mother, child, brother, etc., to indicate that the person so called stands in the relation of parent, child, brother, etc., as regards sustenance and nurture, but not by tie of blood.
granulous,
Full of grains, abounding with granular substances, granular.
cringling,
One who cringes meanly, a fawner.
gonemus,
Pertaining to, or containing, gomedia or gonemia, as that part of a lichen which contains the green or chlorophyll-bearing cells.
abominated,
Imperfect and past participle of abominate, to turn from as ill omen, to hate in the highest degree, as if with religious dread, loathe, as, to abominate all impiety.
indiscriminate,
Not discriminate, wanting discrimination, undistinguishing, not making any distinction, confused, promiscuous.
double bank,
To row by rowers sitting side by side in twos on a bank or thwart.
gallop,
Figuratively, to go rapidly or carelessly, as in making a hasty examination.
certiorari,
A writ issuing out of chancery, or a superior court, to call up the records of the inferior court. or remove cause there depending, in order that the party may have more sure and speedy justice, or that errors and irregularities may be corrected. It is obtained upon complaint of the party that he has not received justice, or cannot have an impartial trial in the inferior court.
Pallial.
Of or pertaining to mantle, especially to the mantle of mollusks produced by the mantle, as the pallial line or impression, which marks the attachment of the mantle on the inner surface of a bivalve shell of bivalve.
Swat.
To fall or descend, to rush hastily or violently.
Funded.
Imperfect and past participle of fund, a stock or capital, a sum of money appropriated as the foundation of some commercial or other operation undertaken with a view to profit, that reserve by means of which expenses and credit are supported, as the fund of a bank, commercial house, manufacturing corporation, etc.
Bridesman.
A male friend who attends upon a bridegroom and bride at their marriage, the best man.
Red.
To interpret, to explain.
Sarcoblast.
A minute yellowish body present in the interior of certain rhizopods.
Humanism.
That system of ethics which defines and enforces moral obligation by its relation to happiness or personal well-being.
Lossel.
One who loses by sloth or neglect, a worthless person, a laurel.
Hate.
To love less, relatively.
Anticatarrhal.
An anticatarrhal remedy.
Call.
To utter in a loud or distinct voice, often with off, as to call, or call off, the items of an account, to call the roll of a military company.
Counterstand.
Resistance, opposition, a stand against.
Stabler.
A stable keeper.
Flocking.
Present participle and verbal noun of flock. Very fine, sifted, woolen refuse, especially that from shearing the nap of cloths, used as a coating for wallpaper to give it a velvety or cloth-like appearance. Also, the dust of vegetable fiber used for a similar purpose.
Reprises.
Deductions and duties paid yearly out of manor and lands, as rent charge, rent sec, pensions, annuities, and the like.
Galleys.
A large galley, having some features of the galleon, as broadside guns, especially such a vessel used by the southern nations of Europe in the 16th and 17th centuries, a sailing vessel of the 15th and following centuries, often having 3 or 4 decks, and used for war or commerce. The term is often rather indiscriminately applied to any large sailing vessel.
Imminatory.
Imminative, of the nature of an emanation.
enlive,
to enliven,
loop,
a mass of iron in a pasty condition gathered into a ball for the tilt hammer or rolls.
petitionary,
Supplicatory, making a petition.
prompt,
To remind, as an actor or an orator, of words or topics forgotten.
bishop,
In the Roman Catholic, Greek, and Anglican or Protestant Episcopal churches, one ordained to the highest order of the ministry, superior to the priesthood, and generally claiming to be a successor of the apostles. The bishop is usually the spiritual head or ruler of a diocese, bishopric, or see.
sire,
A thick and viscid saccharine solution of superior quality as sugar house syrup or molasses, maple syrup, specifically, in pharmacy and often in cookery, a saturated solution of sugar and water simple syrup, or such a solution flavored or medicated.
billow,
On the earth, as opposed to the heavens.
Johnny,
A familiar diminutive of John.
Migram,
A fancy, a whim, a freak, a humor, especially, in the plural, lowness of spirits.
shameless,
Destitute of shame, wanting modesty, brazen-faced, insensible to disgrace.
euphemism,
An agreeable combination of sounds, euphony.
postponer,
One who postpones.
potting,
Whiskey, especially whiskey illicitly distilled by the Irish peasantry.
ushership,
The office of an usher, usherdom.
ecmetus,
Pertaining to eczema, having the characteristic of eczema.
excambi,
To exchange, used with reference to transfers of land.
present,
Ready, quick in emergency, as a present wit.
sensualism,
The condition or character of one who is sensual. Subjection to sensual feelings and appetite, sensuality.
synonymic,
Of or pertaining to synonyms, or synonymic, synonymous.
query,
A question in the mind, a doubt, as, I have a query about his sincerity.
foisted,
Imperfect and past participle of voice, to insert surreptitiously, wrongfully, or without warrant, to interpolate, to pass off something spurious or counterfeit, as genuine, true, or worthy, usually followed by an.
hearken,
To hearken.
displaced,
Imperfect and past participle of displace, to change the place of, to remove from the usual or proper place, to put out of place, to place in another situation, as, the books in the library are all displaced.
blur,
A gust of wind and rain.
Rigveda,
The ancient sacred literature of the Hindus, also, one of the four collections, called Rigveda, Yajurveda, Samaveda, and Atharvaveda, constituting the most ancient portions of that literature.
betray,
To disclose or discover, as something which prudence would conceal. To reveal unintentionally.
catastrophism,
The doctrine that the geological changes in the Earth's crust have been caused by the sudden action of violent physical causes, opposed to the doctrine of uniformism.
passage,
A movement or an evacuation of the bowels.
match,
The barn owl.
countersink,
Beveled on the lower side, so as to fit a chamfered countersink, as a countersink nailhead.
trope,
The word or expression so used.
mocking,
Present participle and verbal noun of mock, an act of ridicule or derision, a scornful or contemptuous act or speech, a sneer, a jibe, a jeer.
emuran,
A small wren-like Australian bird Stipiterus militaris, having the tail feathers long and loosely barbed, like emu feathers.
ventral,
Of or pertaining to that surface of the carpel, petal, etc., which faces toward the center of a flower.
rook,
A trickish, rapacious fellow, a cheat, a sharper.
saccharon,
A white crystalline substance, C6H8O6, obtained by the oxidation of saccharin, and regarded as the lactone of saccharic acid.
helioladder,
A worshipper of the sun.
hypnology,
A treatise on sleep, the doctrine of sleep.
squander,
To spend lavishly, to be wasteful.
promenading,
Present participle and verbal noun of promenade, to walk for pleasure, display, or exercise.
righteousness,
A righteous act, or righteous quality.
kindly,
Humane, congenial, sympathetic, hence, disposed to do good to, benevolent, gracious, kind, helpful, as, kindly affections, words, acts, etc.
alpaca,
Wool of the alpaca,
solvable,
susceptible of being solved, resolved, or explained, admitting of solution.
Tetanomotor.
An instrument from tetanizing a muscle by irritating its nerve by successive mechanical shocks.
Flagstone.
A flat stone used in paving, or any rock which will split into such stones. A cloth usually bearing a device or devices and used to indicate nationality, party, etc., or to give or ask information, commonly attached to a staff to be waved by the wind. A standard, a banner, an ensign, the colors, as the national flag, a military or naval flag.
Cold.
Deprived of heat, or having a low temperature, not warm or hot, gelid, frigid.
Parian.
A ceramic ware, resembling a glazed porcelain biscuit, of which are made statuettes, ornaments, etc.
Syntony.
Brevity, conciseness.
Caper.
A vessel formerly used by the Dutch privateer.
Haggled.
Imperfect and past participle of haggle. To cut roughly or hack, to cut into small pieces, to notch or cut in an unskillful manner, to make rough or mangle by cutting, as a boy haggles a stick of wood.
Carnalism.
The state of being carnal, carnality, sensualism.
Article.
To agree by articles, to stipulate, to bargain, to covenant.
Weanle.
A weanling.
Tail.
A rope spliced to the strap of a block, by which it may be lashed to anything.
Misformed.
Imperfect and past participle of misform, to make in an ill form.
Peerage.
The rank or dignity of a peer.
Inserve.
To be of use to an end, to serve.
Embox.
To enclose, as in a box, to embox.
Overcostly.
Too costly.
Sun.
Any heavenly body which forms the center of a system of orbs.
Producibility.
The quality or state of being producible.
Decepment.
One of the partitions which divide a compound ovary into cells.
Assagai.
A spear used by tribes in South Africa as a missile and for stabbing, a kind of light javelin.
Fee.
An estate of inheritance belonging to the owner, and transmissible to his heirs, absolutely and simply, without condition attached to the tenure.
Vivid.
Forming brilliant images, or painting in lively colors, lively, sprightly, as a vivid imagination.
Mist.
Hence, anything which dims or darkens, and obscures or intercepts vision.
Prominator.
one who promenades.
Organic.
Of or pertaining to an organ or its functions, or to objects composed of organs, consisting of organs, or containing them, as the organic structure of animals and plants, exhibiting characters peculiar to living organisms, as organic bodies, organic life, organic remains. Compare inorganic.
Reconduct.
To conduct back or again.
Iron case.
Cased or covered with iron, as a vessel, ironclad.
Discoursive.
Containing dialogue or conversation, interlocutory.
Sister.
A seamstress.
Obtruded.
Imperfect and past participle of obtrude. To thrust impertinently. To present without warrant or solicitation, as to obtrude oneself upon a company.
Minnow.
A minnow.
Shoon.
A plate or notch piece interposed between a moving part and the stationary part on which it bears, to take the wear and afford means of adjustment, called also slipper, and gib.
Poi.
A national food of the Hawaiians, made by baking and pounding the kalo or taro root, and reducing it to a thin paste, which is allowed to ferment.
Simonious.
Of or pertaining to simony, guilty of simony, consisting of simony.
Beautifying.
Present participle and verbal noun of beautify, to make or render beautiful, to add beauty to adorn, to deck, to grace, to embellish.
Ruminating.
Present participle and verbal noun of ruminate, to chew the cud, to chew again what has been slightly chewed and swallowed.
Timberhead.
The top end of a timber, rising above the gunwale, and serving for belaying ropes, etc., called also cavalhead.
Biblical.
Pertaining to, or derived from, the Bible, as biblical learning, biblical authority.
Beginning.
That which begins or originates something, the first cause, origin, source.
Enfield.
Having some object, as the head of a man or beast, impaled upon it, as a sword which is said to be enfilled of the thing which it pierces.
Proportional.
Having a due proportion, or comparative relation, being in suitable proportion or degree, as the parts of an edifice are proportional.
Uncouth.
Not known, not apprehended.
Pal.
A click or pull for driving a ratchet wheel.
Ironical.
Pertaining to irony, containing, expressing, or characterized by irony, as an ironical remark.
discarded,
Imperfect and past participle of dispart, a piece of metal placed on the muzzle, or near the trunnions, on the top of a piece of ordnance, to make the line of sight parallel to the axis of the bore, called also dispart sight and muzzle sight.
regularly,
The button, globule, or mass of metal, in a more or less impure state, which forms in the bottom of the crucible in smelting and reduction of ores.
zygonate,
Any one of numerous species of moths of the family Zygonate, most of which are bright colored. The wood nymph and the vine forester are examples, also used adjectively.
homunculus,
A little man, a dwarf, a mannequin.
stylus,
The needle-like device used to cut the grooves which record the sound on the original disc during recording of a phonograph record.
diabolize,
To render diabolical.
jarvie,
A hackney coach.
rogue,
To give the name or designation of rogue to decry.
ziphioid,
Of, pertaining to, or resembling, a cetacean of the genus Ziphius or family Ziphid.
gavel,
A small heap of grain, not tied up into a bundle.
hedros,
To raise, a watercourse.
dahlia,
A genus of plants native to Mexico and Central America, of the order Composite. Also, any plant or flower of the genus. The numerous varieties of cultivated dahlias bear conspicuous flowers which differ in color.
immediate,
Not deferred by an interval of time, present, instant.
detestate,
To detest.
pronged,
The pronghorn.
divider,
One who deals out to each his share.
doc,
An abridged entry of a judgment or proceeding in an action, or register or such entries, a book of original, kept by clerks of courts, containing a formal list of the names of parties, and minutes of the proceedings, in each case in court.
healed,
Having a median ridge, coronate, as a keeled scale.
inaffectation,
Freedom from affectation, naturalness.
nidificating,
Present participle and verbal noun of nidificate, to make a nest.
pot gun,
A pot-shaped cannon, a mortar.
transporting,
Present participle and verbal noun of transport, a vessel employed for transporting, especially for carrying soldiers, warlike stores, or provisions, from one place to another, or to convey convicts to their destination, called also transport ship. transport vessel.
diapase,
One of certain stops in the organ, so called because they extend through the scale of the instrument. They are of several kinds, as open diapason, stop diapason, double diapason, and the like.
touch,
A single stroke on a drawing or a picture.
incur,
To pass, to enter.
apotactile,
One of a sect of ancient Christians, who, in supposed imitation of the first believers, renounced all their possessions.
blinder,
One of the leather screens on a bridle, to hinder a horse from seeing objects at the side, a blinker.
ice,
Concreted sugar.
upward,
To breathe up or out, to exhale.
please,
The full profits or products which ground or land yields, as the hay of the meadows, the feed of the pasture, the grain of arable fields, the rents, services, and the like.
oxyi,
The Oxyidaceae, a genus of lorbs bellis, belonging to the family Composite. The common English and classical daisy is before Prennis, which has a yellow disc and white or pinkish rays.
chaffing,
The use of light, frivolous language by way of fun or ridicule, raillery, banter.
cenobite,
One of a religious order, dwelling in a convent, or a community, in opposition to an anchorite or hermit, who lives in solitude.
terrace,
A street, or a row of houses, on a bank or the side of a hill. Hence, any street, or row of houses.
moderatress,
A female moderator.
protonotary,
Formerly, a chief clerk in the Court of King's Bench and in the Court of Common Pleas, now superseded by the Master.
bass,
A light helmet, at first open, but later made with a visor.
limb,
An arm or a leg of a human being, a leg, arm, or wing of an animal.
indomitable,
Not to be subdued, untamable, invincible, as an indomitable will, courage, animal.
grass,
To cover with grass or with earth.
sponges,
Resembling sponge, having the nature or qualities of sponge.
bankruptcies,
The state of being actually or legally bankrupt.
phylactolta,
An order of freshwater bryozoa in which the tentacles are arranged on a horseshoe-shaped lophopore, and the mouth is covered by an epistome, called also lophopoda, and hippocrepians.
fruity,
Having the odor, taste, or appearance of fruit, also fruitful.
hand,
A contraction of have not or has not used in illiterate speech. In the United States, the commoner spelling is hand.
cloudy,
Overcast or obscured with clouds. Clouded, as a cloudy sky.
philopolemical,
Fond of polemics or controversy.
coniker,
Also used adjectively, as the Conacher system or principle.
tubed,
Imperfect and past participle of tube, a more or less cylindrical, and often spiral, case secreted or constructed by many annelids, crustaceans, insects, and other animals, for protection or concealment. Any annelid which constructs a tube, one of the tubercle.
cannabin,
A poisonous resin extracted from hemp cannabis sativa, variety indica. The narcotic effects of hashish are due to this resin.
defeasance,
Liable to defeasance, capable of being made void or forfeited.
what's,
A kind of pledge or mortgage.
thesifies,
Imperfect and past participle of thesifies, to practice thesiphy.
pointer,
The keeper of a cattle pound, a pinder.
disinfected,
Imperfect and past participle of disinfect, to free from infectious or contagious matter, to destroy putrefaction, to purify, to make innocuous.
refutatory,
Tending to refute, refuting.
paradoxy,
The quality or state of being paradoxical.
judiciously,
In a judicious manner, with good judgment, wisely.
checkmate,
The position in the game of chess when a king is in check and cannot be released, which ends the game.
graduate,
To pass by degrees, to change gradually, to shade off, as sandstone which graduates into gneiss, carnelian sometimes graduates into quartz.
lank,
Slender and thin, not well filled out, not plump, shrunken, lean.
embarked,
Imperfect and past participle of embark, to engage, enlist, or invest as persons, money, etc., in any affair, as he embarked his fortune in trade.
unstriated,
Non-striated, unstriped.
correspond,
To be adapted, to be converse, to suit, to agree, to fit, to answer, followed by to.
inexorableness,
The quality or state of being inexorable.
twinge,
A sudden sharp pain, a darting local pain of momentary continuance, as a twinge in the arm or side.
relentless,
and moved by appeals for sympathy or forgiveness, insensible to the distresses of others, destitute of tenderness, unrelenting, unyielding, unpitying, as a prey to relentless despotism.
squash,
Something soft and easily crushed, especially an unripe pot of peas.
jingle,
That which makes a jingling sound, as a rattle.
circumcision,
The act of cutting off the prepuce or foreskin of males, or the internal labia of females.
assurer,
One who assures, specifically, one who insures against loss, an insurer or underwriter.
Mayicawing,
A South American wild dog Canis cancrovorus, the crab-eating dog.
jump,
To cause to jump, as he jumped his horse across the ditch.
out,
To exceed in the number of votes given, to defeat by votes.
dot press,
Nipple work.
refreshment,
That which refreshes, means of restoration or reanimation, especially an article of food or drink.
worded,
Imperfect and past participle of ward, a projecting ridge of metal in the interior of a lock, to prevent the use of any key which has not a corresponding notch for passing Italian.
infectious,
Having qualities that may infect, communicable or caused by infection, pestilential, epidemic, as an infectious fever, infectious clothing, infectious air, infectious vices.
septomaxillary,
Of or pertaining to the nasal septum and the maxilla, situated in the region of these parts.
chloride,
Of or pertaining to a chloride, containing a chloride.
temper,
An instrument used in tamping, a tamping iron.
fulgate,
To flash as lightning.
virility,
The special properties and functions of the nerves, that capacity for transmitting a stimulus which belongs to nerves.
uncunning,
Not knowing, ignorant.
well,
A pit or hole sunk into the earth to such a depth as to reach a supply of water, generally of a cylindrical form, and often walled with stone or bricks to prevent the earth from caving in.
alkalimeter,
An instrument to ascertain the strength of alkalis, or the quantity of alkali in a mixture.
theosophist,
One addicted to theosophy.
enthronement,
The act of enthroning, or state of being enthroned.
intercedent,
Passing between, mediating, pleading.
pudding,
any food or victuals.
Off.
Often, frequently, not rarely, many times.
Rehabilitate.
To invest or clothe again with some right, authority, or dignity, to restore to former capacity, to reinstate, to qualify again, to restore, as a delinquent, to former right, rank, or privilege lost or forfeited, a term of civil and canon law.
Engen.
Variant of engine.
Incorruptive.
Incorruptible, not liable to decay.
Hope.
To place confidence, to trust with confident expectation of good, usually followed by an
Inaliasaurin.
one of the Inaliasauria.
Adultery.
Contributing to tillage.
Lamping.
Shining, brilliant.
Regimen.
The word or words governed.
Water chevrotain.
A large West African chevrotain Hyomoschus aquaticus. It has a larger body and shorter legs than the other allied species, called also water deer.
Flooring.
A platform, the bottom of room, a floor, pavement, the structure formed of beams, girders, etc., with proper covering, which divides a building horizontally into stories. Floor in sense 1 is, then, the upper surface of floor in sense 2.
Freight.
Employed in the transportation of freight, having to do with freight, as a freight car.
Impotent.
Not potent, wanting power, strength, or vigor, whether physical, intellectual, or moral, deficient in capacity, destitute of force, weak, feeble, infirm.
Sextic.
A quantic of the sixth degree.
Hand.
An index or pointer on a dial, as the hour or minute hand of a clock.
Catholic.
An adherent of the Roman Catholic Church, a Roman Catholic.
Subscription.
That part of a prescription which contains a direction to the apothecary.
Porphyrize.
To cause to resemble porphyry, to make spotted in composition, like porphyry.
Dust.
Fine, dry particles of earth or other matter, so comminuted that they may be raised and wafted by the wind, that which has crumbled to minute portions, fine powder, as clouds of dust, bone dust.
Peripatetic.
Of or pertaining to the philosophy taught by Aristotle, who gave his instructions while walking in the Lyceum at Athens, or to his followers.
Override.
To suppress, to destroy, to supersede, to annul, as one law overrides another, To override a veto.
Gammoning.
The lashing or iron bend by which the bowsprit of a vessel is secured to the stem to opposite the lifting action of the forestays.
Dandruff.
A scurf which forms on the head and comes off in smaller particles.
Shelter.
To bait to cover, or to a safe place, used reflexively.
Escort.
A body of armed to attend a person of distinction for the sake of affording safety when on a journey, one who conducts someone as an attendant, a guard, as of prisoners on a march, also, a body of persons, attending as a mark of respect or honor, applied to movements on land, as convoys to movements at sea.
Habited.
Imperfect and past participle of habit, fixed or established custom, ordinary course of conduct, practice, usage, hence, prominently, the involuntary tendency or aptitude to perform certain actions which is acquired by their frequent repetition, as, habit is second nature, also. Peculiar ways of acting, characteristic forms of behavior.
Repulsion.
The power, either inherent or due to some physical action, by which bodies, or the particles of bodies, are made to recede from each other, or to resist each other's nearer approach, as molecular repulsion, electrical repulsion.
Secure.
To put beyond hazard of losing or of not receiving, to make certain, to assure, to ensure, frequently with against or from, rarely with of, as, to secure a creditor against loss, to secure a debt by a mortgage.
Magnanimously.
In a magnanimous manner, with greatness of mind.
Discern.
To decree, to judge.
Hoofless.
Destitute of hoofs.
Periphrastic.
Expressing, or expressed, in more words than are necessary, characterized by periphrase, circumlocutory.
Divorce.
To make away, to put away.
Torpor.
Loss of motion, or of the motion, a state of inactivity with partial or total insensibility, numbness.
Awaken.
To rouse from sleep or torpor. To wake, to wake.
Rostral.
A small beak-like process or extension of some part, a small rostrum, as the rostellum of the stigma of violets, or of the operculum of many mosses, the rostellum on the head of a tapeworm.
Anemic.
Of or pertaining to anemia.
Rhinaster.
The boreal.
Sophomore.
One belonging to the second of the four classes in an American college, or one next above a freshman.
Bird-like.
Resembling a bird.
Progressionist.
One who maintains the doctrine of progression in organic forms, opposed to uniformitarian.
Subtilization.
Refinement, subtlety, extreme attenuation.
Saprify.
Any plant growing on decayed animal or vegetable matter, as most fungi and some flowering plants with no green color, as the Indian pie.
Worried.
Worried.
Palometa.
A pompano.
Camerlingo.
The papal chamberlain, the cardinal who presides over the pope's household. He has at times possessed great power.
Assyriological.
Of or pertaining to Assyriology, as Assyriological studies.
Irrotational.
Not rotatory, passing from one point to another by a movement other than rotation, said of the movement of parts of a liquid or yielding mass.
Preferential.
Giving, indicating, or having a preference or precedence, as a preferential claim, preferential shares.
Cephalotum.
An instrument for cutting into the fetal head to facilitate delivery.
Chip.
To break or crack off a portion of, as of an eggshell in hatching, or a piece of crockery.
Ranger.
One who ranges, a rover, sometimes, one who ranges for plunder, a roving robber.
Visit.
To go or come to see, as for the purpose of friendship, business, curiosity, etc. To attend, to call upon, as the physician visits his patient.
Justify.
To make even or true, as lines of height, by proper spacing, to just, as height, the act of justifying or the state of being justified, a showing or proving to be just or conformable to law, justice, right, or duty, defense, vindication, support, as arguments in justification of the prisoner's conduct. His disobedience admits justification.
Utilitarian.
Of or pertaining to utilitarianism, supporting utilitarianism, as the utilitarian view of morality, the utilitarian society.
Coccinella.
A genus of small beetles of many species. They and their larvae feed on aphids or plant lice, and hence are of great benefit to man, also called ladybirds and ladybugs.
Vindicable.
Capable of being vindicated.
Bigly.
In a tumid, swelling, blustering manner, haughtily, violently.
Inbreeding.
Present participle and verbal noun of imbrute, to degrade to the state of a brute, to make brutal.
Apron.
A platform, or flooring of blank, at the entrance of a dock, against which the dock gates are shut.
Philosopher.
one who reduces the principles of philosophy to practice in the conduct of life, one who lives according to the rules of practical wisdom, one who meets or regards all vicissitudes with calmness.
Provide.
To appoint an ecclesiastical benefice before it is vacant, one who procures or receives a papal provision, to supply with food, to victual, as to provision a garrison.
O ideal.
A conception or image of consummate beauty, moral or physical, formed in the mind, free from all the deformities, defect, and blemishes seen in actual existence, an ideal or faultless standard or model.
Cotton.
Cloth made of cotton.
Tautisius.
Having the same essence, being identically of the same nature.
Whist.
Be silent, be still, hush, silence.
Regulate.
To adjust or maintain with respect to a desired rate, degree, or condition, as to regulate the temperature of a room, the pressure of steam, the speed of a machine, etc.
Picture.
To draw or paint a resemblance of, to delineate, to represent, to form or present an ideal likeness of, to bring before the mind.
Face.
The principal rest surface of a plate, disc, or pulley. The principal flat surface of a part or object.
Rice shell.
Any one of numerous species of small white polished marine shells of the genus Olivella.
Licorousness.
Eager, craving, urged by desire, eager to taste or enjoy, greedy.
Internuncialship.
The office or function of an internuncio.
Costa.
One of the rib-like longitudinal ridges on the exterior of many corals.
Durners.
To feed, attend, and bring up without a breast.
Pauper.
A third person, especially, one development on private or public charity, also used adjectively, as, pauper immigrants, pauper labor.
Apportion.
To divide and assign in just proportion, to divide and distribute proportionally, to portion out, to allot, as, to portion undivided rights, to portion time among various employments.
Witty.
Especially, possessing wit or humor, good at repartee, droll, facetious, sometimes, sarcastic, as, a witty remark, poem, and the like.
Wrath.
That which causes pity or compassion, misery, distress, a pitiful sight.
Driver.
The driving wheel of a locomotive.
Tilt.
A covering overhead, especially, a tent.
Assignment.
The writing by which an interest is transferred.
Disvalue.
Disesteem, disregard.
Blank.
To cover with a blank.
Hedonic.
Of or relating to hedonism or the hedonic sect.
Lanchigay.
A kind of spear anciently used. Its use was prohibited by a statute of Richard II.
Extuberance.
A swelling or rising, protuberance.
Tapering.
Present participle and verbal noun of taper. Regularly narrowed toward the point, becoming small toward one end. Conical, pyramidical, as taper fingers.
Crow.
The mesentery of a beast, so called by butchers.
Arlated.
Having an aril.
Intronize.
To place on a throne, hence, to induct into office, as a bishop.
Lazuli.
A mineral of a light indigo blue color, occurring in small masses, or in monoclinic crystals. Blue spar. It is a hydrous phosphate of alumina and magnesia.
Alternation.
The response of the congregation speaking alternately with the minister.
Hooper.
One who hoops casks or tubs, a cooper.
Chrysaurin.
A yellow substance obtained as a byproduct in the manufacture of rosanilline. It dyes silk a fine golden yellow color.
Priesthood.
Priests, taken collectively. The order of men set apart for sacred offices. The order of priests.
Spectrum.
An apparition, a spectre.
Pansies.
A plant of the genus Violaceae tricolor, and its blossom, originally purple and yellow. Cultivated varieties have very large flowers of a great diversity of colors, called also heartsease, love in idleness, and many other quaint names.
Facsimiles.
A copy of anything made, either so as to be deceptive or so as to give every part and detail of the original, an exact copy or likeness.
Ordinate.
To appoint, to regulate, to harmonize.
Divaricate.
To part into two branches, to become bifid, to fork.
Liquaris.
Eagerly desirous, eager, craving, urged by desire, eager to taste or enjoy, greedy.
Prefiguring.
If you enjoyed this sleepy dictionary on autonomous sleep, please dislike, or subscribe if you'd like to see more. I appreciate your feedback and read every comment as this is a spare time hobby. Please be aware that implementing changes may be a gradual process. Autonomy channel contains changes may be in progress on all channels and works in progress on channel contains general statistics and background information. Happy YouTube travels.